Hello there.
Oh, hi. Welcome in, guys. How's it going? How are you guys doing? Welcome to stream. Yeah, I think I'm in like the early stages of getting sick. My voice is, and my throat's been sore the last 2 days, and my voice feels a little bit weak today. But we'll see how we go. Last time I streamed when I had a dodgy voice, of course, I was gone for the next 2 weeks. So let's hope that doesn't happen again. I do have some throat numbing spray though, so I'll use that if I need to. But hopefully we'll be okay. I think I might have to turn the volume down today though on my exasperations at our horrible luck. So it is what it is. Yeah, welcome in, guys. Hope we're all having a nice weekend and it's been good. Mine's been okay, minus being we're feeling a bit dodgy, to be honest. It's been okay over the weekend. Can't complain too much. Yeah. We're gonna get on with some Pokemon Black and White again today. Day 2 of Black and White, stream number 2. Last time things went They certainly went some way. It was kind of interesting in many ways. So I'm quite intrigued to see how today is going to go on the back of last time. Because I think there's a lot of potential for things to be good, and there's also a lot of potential for things to go very badly wrong. So we'll see. Thank you for the lurk, Christoph. Appreciate it, man. Very mixed weekend, but a lot of it was really positive. Well, that's good. I'm glad, man. I'm glad that a good chunk of it was nice stuff, at least, you know. That's what we love to see. I feel like that's the kind of like the peak in it when it comes to things like that. Like if it's been a vaguely not so great time, the fact that you can still draw out from it that you know, there's been a lot of positives is a good thing, right? So yeah, fine. Mine has been fairly normal, but I did have an interesting ending to Friday. Okay. Hopefully interesting, erring on the side of decent. Rather than interesting in a bad way. But who knows? Also, you know the drill by now. If you haven't already, go over to the YouTube stream. If you would. There you go. I would throw in an elaborate segue, but I can't be asked, to be honest. Jeff was putting up a stall today for a fest, and she got to meet my friends. She likes them all. Stall for a fest? What kind of fest, nee? Is she like a vendor or something for this thing? I'm glad that she got on well with your friends, though. That's a good thing. What we like to see. I feel like in the past I've had weird interactions with friends of partners. I feel like many of them don't like me very much. I actually don't know why in a lot of cases. Some of them I think it's fairly easy. I think there's one or two who didn't like me because they were jealous of the fact that I kind of took time away from them hanging out with their friend. Some of them I think were just assholes and I don't like them either. So made art prints for it. Oh, so your girlfriend's an artist, isn't he? That's cool. Love that. Shared interest there then with the art. Okay. That's pretty cool, man. You guys ever gonna do art together? I've noticed that you haven't brought her in the stream yet. Is that one day you're gonna reveal this part of your life, or are you never gonna tell her that you're actually a fiend on Twitch? You're gonna get judged too hard if you reveal that this is one of the streams that you have crazy watch time in. She's gonna be like, no, it's over, Nitty. That's it, mate. You're gonna reveal it one day. You're gonna let it slip that you watch this channel on Twitch, and it's gonna be over. It's gonna break up with you on the spot. She'll be like, no. You hang out with these people? No. You're just gonna get destroyed right there and then. That's cool though, man. Well, I hope the if it hasn't already happened, I hope the event goes well. Hi, Jackie as well. Welcome in. Hello. You must be on Laundry and things again. Welcome in. Had a work truck tire blowout at the side wall while I was rolling back to the truck in the shop. Damn. Only they ran it flat and compromised the sidewall, so at 75 psi, held until I was rolling it and until... Hold on, I scroll up. It was next to my hand? Jeez, man. It's got a few scratches, no actual injuries, but it's quite loud. It's kind of lucky as well that that didn't happen while someone was driving along. I think I've said on stream before that I once had a full-on tire blowout on my bike at like 50 miles an hour. Was it my front? Yeah, it was my front tire blew on my bike when I was going at about 50 miles an hour. Thankfully I was on a dead straight road, but I got essentially the best way I can describe it is there's a thing that you get on bikes sometimes where people become unstable at high speed called speed wobbles, where their bars keep like snapping back and forth between each way and it like thrashes them around. I basically got speed wobbles purely because the tire had like obviously gone. So it like there was no real sort of I don't know, the grip on the front had gone very weird and the steering did not like it at all that there was no real tire under it anymore. It was very uncomfortable, and thankfully I was probably like 1 minute or less away from work at the time at the lab, so I was able to nurse it back. And I was like, I thought something had like a cable had got snagged or something. And I was like, that's not good. So I had to look at it afterwards and I was like, oh, that's not too bad. Seems okay. I had a quick look. I didn't think it was the tire. And then I went in, did all my stuff for the day, and someone had gone, I think at like some point during the day, they'd gone out and come back and they'd parked next to where I put the bike. And then they came in, walked into the lab and they were like, oh, have you seen your tire? I was like, what do you mean? They were like, oh, it's flat. Did you hit some glass or something? And I was like, I don't think so, but you know, whatever. And then I went and checked it out. Yeah, tire was completely flat and there was a giant gash in the side. And then from that, of course, it didn't like the fact that there was a giant puncture in the tire, and so I had a full-on blowout on the road. But so then the next day I left it there overnight. Managed to get a lift back, and then I walked it. Thankfully there was a garage, like a mechanic shop, like 3 doors down. So I wheeled my bike out at lunchtime and walked it down the road, and then took it to the place, got a new tire fitted, and thankfully it was fine because it didn't damage the rims too much. But yeah, it wasn't great. It was a bit scary. Probably one of the scariest moments I've had on my bike. That was scarier than when I actually crashed. I'll say that. She's a lot of things. Artist, singer, upcoming author, and all excellent. Okay, Nate. You know what, Nate? Do you know what I like about that? What I love about that, Nate, is the fact that you're with this person, right? And you're passionate and you're excited to tell us about all the things that they do well. And I really like that. I think that's really cool. So you know what, Nate? Good on you, mate. Fair play to you. I think that's... Some people think that's a bit cringe, right? There are people out there who are like, I find it really cool when someone's with someone and they're excited to talk about the cool things that they do. I think that's really cool. Well, actually, yeah. Knew it. I ate the receipt. She can't return me. Sunday's my productive day. Yo. I did wonder. I was like, I wonder if we'll see you next Sunday when you're back doing bits and pieces again. Well, it's good to see you though, Jackie. I hope you're doing good. I hope the laundry and chores go well. That's scary. Yeah, it was at the time. It was pretty scary. Could have lost my hand and that's scary. I've had speed wobbles before at like 78 miles an hour. Oh, dude, the speed wobbles thing. Having a similar thing to that at like 50 miles an hour. Oh my god, that was a Code Brown moment. I shit myself. I was just like, oh god, I'm about to crash at like 50 miles an hour into... It was into a roundabout, which of course you guys in the US don't have, but yeah, it's not a good place to crash. Mainly because in the middle of it is a giant like concrete like curb, which I didn't want to go flying into at 50 miles an hour. And then you've also got traffic going around, so it's not like anyone's probably going to see me ahead of time. because it's all blocked off by bushes in the middle. So I'm just gonna, if I'd actually crashed and let it go, I'd have been skidding down the road, no one would have seen me, and then it would have been luck of the draw as to whether a car was coming or not. At which point, if they didn't know I'd already crashed, they wouldn't have stopped ahead of time, so they'd only know I was there, like, probably 5-10 feet away from me when they came around the corner. Thankfully, it didn't happen. Sunday is laundry day? Is this a common thing that people do laundry on Sundays? Bike's tires go flat every 3 days or so I keep pumping them up. Really? That's kind of hilarious. Three days? Bros, it's cringe to be happy in a relationship. Huh. Yeah, no, it's that's cringe. Cringe. Being happy in relationships is cringe behavior. Not allowed that. Not allowed that in this stream. This is a singles only stream. Yeah. If you're in relationships, you gotta leave. You can come back when if the worst happens. Otherwise, we're happy for you. Get the fuck out. Yeah, we did find a kid in Pokemon the other day that was making fun of us for being single as the character. I'm not single anymore, thankfully, but at the time I was like, this fucking kid, he was just like, yeah, my girlfriend's so cool, you don't have one, no, do you? And it's like, fuck you, kid. Shut up, kid, I'll throw you in the river. Not an issue when I'm actually riding, as long as I pump it up, so I haven't tackled the underlying issue. That's fair, yeah. If it's like a slow puncture where it lasts long enough for you to get around, then fair play. Yeah, I haven't been out on my bike for a long time. Maybe I will again. I don't know. It's too hot. It's too hot at the minute, and I need to do some maintenance-y stuff anyway. Like, it's just I don't want to deal with it. It can be nice going out on, well, either types of bikes, really. Pedal bikes or motorcycles when it's hot. The only problem is that it's too hot a lot of the time and you just start fogging up your visor. You never want a foggy visor while you're out on the roads. Right, should we play Pokemon Black and White? Or shall I continue talking about punctures and stuff?
I can't believe what I'm seeing!
Hey, Christoph! With a resub. Thank you so much, man. That's very kind of you. I heard the pack noise go off before, and I was like, oh, someone's doing the gacha. Then Lord Shack started screaming at me. Thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. That's very kind. I'll join you in a pack opening. Here we go. That's one of the cards I needed, I think. Ayo. I still need the crayon, though. I needed some Shacks. Yeah, everyone needs Lord Shacks in your life. He's just such a Chad. It's a shame that Destiny, of course, is kind of done. There's Lord Shacks. We needed more of him. I didn't actually realize this once, but if anyone here has ever watched The Walking Dead, the voice actor for Lord Shacks is in that show. So there you go. What's his name, though? Oh. He's the guy with the wooden staff later on, who doesn't want to kill people. What's his name? The guy who he meets in like the first episode. Oh. He has the kid. I can't remember for the life of me what his name is. I know his IRL name. It's Lenny James, but I don't know what his character. I can't remember what his character was called. But that guy's Lord Shacks, if you didn't know. You can sort of hear it in the voice. You can get a little bit of that Shacks. A little bit of that Shacksness in there. Morgan, that's his name. Was going to ask you your opinion on that. Oh, about D2 shutting down, you mean? Well, I say shutting down. D2's operation closing down from them ending live service for the game. I have mixed opinions on it, to be honest, Christoph. So before the big update that they released, the final big update called Monument of Triumph, I hadn't played Destiny in about 2 years. Oh, not okay. Lenny, wait, hang on. Hey, now I got to figure out because the delay. Were you asking me about Destiny, or were you asking me about something else? Either way, Destiny getting shut down, crying shame. TLDR. Hadn't played it for years. I came back to it the other day. I actually really enjoyed it since I came back, and they did some really good stuff with the update. So it's a shame that Sony have ruined it, quite frankly. I don't know what Sony are doing at the minute, though. I mean, they've ruined one of their biggest franchises, and then now they've gone out, and the game director of Marathon that they killed Destiny for has also quit. And then they laid off half of the Bungie studio. And then they, right after getting rid of their biggest live service game, they say that they want a renewed focus on live service games. It's like, what are you doing? And then they came up with the physical games thing, and it's like, what are you doing, Sony? Like, you've got to wonder how many people at Sony actually have enough brain cells to rub together to come up with a good idea, because apparently none of them do. Like, what are they thinking? Lenny James is Shaxx? Yeah. Good old Lenny James. Moved 2 years ago and I'm unpacking still and finding tops I missed. Still unpacking after 2 years. Damn, you've been living out of boxes for that long. Well, that's crazy. I couldn't do that. I just couldn't do it. Yes, and Destiny. Yeah, D2 is just such a shame the way that it's gone. And the thing is, the final update was such a banger as well. Such a banger. It's been really good. They fixed so many problems that they previously had. They've added tons of new content. It actually looks like a really, really good update, which I think if they'd have continued on would have launched really well into the next era of the game. I think it would have been like a really good launching pad to bring people back for more DLCs and things like that. So it's a real shame. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. Sony are just... It's an interesting time in the game space right now because Sony are taking L after L after L. And it seems like Microsoft and Xbox have kind of been on a decent run of wins as of late. I mean, they came out with the layoffs, which obviously ain't good for people getting laid off, but in terms of a general reset for Xbox, it's quite a good thing. And in the process of that, they've like, you know, bullied Bethesda into basically actually releasing their long-term plans. So if you didn't see it, this isn't a leak anymore. This is officially confirmed. Fallout 3 and New Vegas are both getting remasters within the next however long. Fallout 6 is in development. No, Fallout 5 even. And there's also another Fallout project being worked on as of like right now by Obsidian as well, who made Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, Fallout 5, not 6. They're skipping the 5th one. So yeah, they're doing that, and then on top of that, they basically just kind of said the usual, yeah, Elder Scrolls 6 is coming. So that one, I mean, it's probably still like a year or two away, but the Fallouts though, there's like 3 or 4 different Fallouts kind of in production or around production right now, which is really cool. That being said, the remakes of New Vegas and Fallout 3 are like the worst kept secret of the last year, because everybody's known about that for months. I think one of the first things that people clocked on it was there was something in the Steam store that had like... there was like, if you searched Fallout and it came up under the games category, there was 2 that were missing. Where it was like 30 results, but only like 28 came up or something. And so there was a couple missing. And then there was some that had like a scheduled release date of like... to be announced. And it's like, okay. And then, of course, there's just been loads of insider leaks from Xbox that there was going to be a new game coming soon. You need brain cells to rob in the first place. That is true. Herman Holtz, or whatever his name is, doesn't seem to have many of those at PlayStation, so... New Vegas, the GOAT. I did quite like New Vegas. We actually played it, was it last year? I think we 100%ed the game last year. So that was cool. Oh, No Man's Sky. Yeah, Shaggy was talking about that the other day. Yeah, No Man's Sky is one of those games which kind of had the Destiny 1 treatment of it came out and it was okay, but it wasn't blowing anyone away. And then over time, they obviously really worked very hard to turn it into a much better, more polished game, and it became a bit of a kind of cult classic-y type thing, right? I played it a couple of years ago, actually. It was pretty fun. Yeah, there's a few games like that that have kind of like the big resurgences, which is cool. That's what we love to see. Alright, I'm getting the game open now, I promise. Also, if you missed the first few seconds of the stream and you didn't see the chat, I am slightly sick at the minute. You may be able to tell slightly in my voice I don't sound quite right. I sound a little bit like... My voice sounds a little bit weird. So I'm probably not going to be quite as animated as normal if bad things happen, alright? If we get wiped one after another by a Wobbuffet, I might be annoyed, but I'm not going to shout about it because I can't, because it will hurt. Unpacking, I found my NMS socks and my friend got, or that my friend got me as a bit before the redemption arc, actually. Some socks, eh? God, I don't remember the last time someone actually got me socks. In a long time. Do like a nice pair of socks, though. Yeah, I feel like when you're a kid, socks are one of those things that's like a stereotypical gift that you're like, socks. As you get older and you become an adult, people give you socks and you're like, yes. Love that. I'll have some socks. Are you winning? At life? No, folks. I'm not winning at life. I feel sick, man. I've got a dodgy throat in a minute. So I'm a little bit on the ropes. A lot like our Nuzlocke run. For anyone who hasn't seen Pokemon Black and White yet, I will show you the team. You may be surprised to see certain things about the team. Potentially, if I remember correctly. Yep. Here you go. This is the team. Azumarill, Suicune, Ambipom, Starmie, and Chandler. Okay. That's the team. I know what you're thinking. 5 Pokemon. Didn't it say you were at 3 gym badges? It did. You're correct. We've lost like 6 Pokemon already. The 6th slot is cursed, and whoever gets put in the last slot in the party just dies. It's happened about 4 or 5 times now, where someone will just get put in that slot and then get one-shotted out of nowhere. So, yeah, we only have 5 mons. And to be fair, 2 of these we caught at the end of last stream, with it being relevant because the level cap for the next gym is 27. And so we got Marill and Chandelure at the end of last stream to basically limp us to the level cap, allowing us to actually continue on. Because it was looking for a while like we weren't going to be able to do the next gym because we were going to end up over-leveling. Yeah, R.I.P. Salamence. How far are we in? We are 3 gyms in. So we're currently at Nimbasa City. That's where we are, if anyone knows Pokemon Black and White. Which has a nice little soundtrack to it. So we're at Nimbasa. So yeah, Gym 4 is where we are. So we're less than halfway. We've only done 1 stream of Black and White, but we actually did manage to make quite a lot of progress for all of the stuff I just said about how much we got slapped around by the game. The run's been hard so far. Yeah, it's been rough. This run so far has been pretty nasty to us. It's really just kind of been a bit unlucky with what's happened. We had some cool mons. I'll show you the death box. We actually have had some cool Pokemon, but our starter's dead as well, by the way. We actually managed to get Tepig as our starter, who is one of the starters of Generation 5, which is cool. He's dead. So this is our deaths box. Who, to be fair, we just straight up sacrificed. Dustox, I think, did one battle and then got one shot.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
E-Sonic Man, welcome in and thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hello, hello. Welcome to this absolute madhouse. I hope you're doing good. Hope you're having a nice Sunday. Yeah, Bidoof, the goat. We lost Dustox. I think, as I say, maybe got one-shotted 2 fights in. Skorupi had a good little run for a few minutes and then was proceeded to... That one, in fairness, was my fault. So, I forgot that Skorupi was bug and not dark, because he turns to Drapion and becomes a poison dark type. And I'd forgotten he wasn't dark already, that he was bug. So I stayed in against someone thinking, oh, he can't really do a lot to me. And he absolutely slapped me. I think it was against a psychic type. And I was like, yeah, we'll be fine because he can't hit me. And then he hit me with psychic or something and absolutely just destroyed me. So that was my fault. I'll put my hands up to that, and that was a bad call. Geodude, Geodude, how did Geodude die? He died in the gym against Berg, but I don't remember how. I think it was one where he was like, he had to be sacrificed purely because of the way the fight was going. There was a Politoed that kept spamming Perish Song, and it was really annoying. Shellos sadly died in the same fight. I don't remember how Shellos died either, but it may have been to the Politoed. If this was Storm Drain Shellos, basically that whole fight would have been completely different, because we could have just nuked Politoed without him being able to touch us. And then Pignite, I think he died not long after. It was not in the gym, but it was a little after, maybe on like the Desert Eve route, a little bit after. So yeah, there you go. Reaper from Overwatch. Funny enough, my model slash OC, if that's what you're gonna call it, actually has no inspiration from Reaper from Overwatch whatsoever, believe it or not. There's a similar aesthetic, but none of it comes from that, actually, funny enough. I feel like maybe that's what people think immediately when they see it, is they're like, oh, he looks kind of like Reaper. No inspiration whatsoever. I actually played Overwatch for a very small amount of time a few years ago, because all my friends were playing it, and I was like, oh, why not, I'll give it a go. And I was never really a huge fan. Funnily enough, my main in Overwatch back in the day was Orisa. I'm Reinhardt, I think. I used to like hitting the, you know, like the thrust on Reinhardt and then just like smashing people into the wall. That was always quite fun. Where you just get some annoying little DPS just trying to get in your backline, and then you just snipe him with the little thruster and just slap him against the wall. It's like, yeah, get out of here, you Tracer bitch. Get out. Get away from my supports. Welcome in, Phoenix as well, man. Shallow there going down hurts too. Yeah, it's a big loss. It would be a bigger loss if it was Storm Drain. So it's like, it hurts, but it could have been worse, you know? Ever thought about how much a Nuzlocke is messed up? If thought about it in reality, like, yeah, I could heal you, but you're dead. Yeah, about straight up just watching all your Pokemon die. Yeah, it's pretty, if you think about it in that way, it's a bit, it's a bit morbid, isn't it? When you just think about it in the fact that you're just battling to the death with all of these Pokemon. It's pretty bad. Please don't fight me, N. I feel like... Oh, isn't this where we got on the Ferris wheel with him? We have our little theme park date with N. Mate, I don't think Team Plasma are in the amusement park. Let's ride the Ferris wheel and see if we can spot them. I love Ferris wheels. The circular motion, the mechanics. They're like collections of elegant formulas. Really getting him going, that, isn't it? Jesus, man. Alright, N, calm down. Family-friendly game, alright? Whoa. He just loves mechanical things, I guess, you know? When I play Moira. All I know is how to bounce orbs. I used to have like a weird mix, so I used to play like Reinhardt and Orisa mostly. Every now and again, if I was on DPS, I'd play Soldier, I think, because I was a noob and he was easy. And then I didn't really ever play the healers much because we had people who would, but when I did, I'd play Zen. But I wasn't great on Zen, admittedly. Soldier, though, I was pretty good at, because, I mean, back in the day, I used to play a lot of FPSs because I played Siege a lot, so I had some nasty aim, so people would quite easily get caught out by me just clapping them across the map. But yeah, that's mostly what I did. Never tried Widowmaker because there was always some sweaty guy on the team who couldn't get a kill playing them. Date with N. Lucio, Mercy, and Ryan. That's a good little mix right now. Actually, I did play Lucio a little bit, now I remember. That's Ghost Water, right? I don't know how much this is going to do. Jellicent is annoying, and I don't really have a counter for it. This is going to be such a hopeless battle. Hi, Shags, welcome in. Hold his hand. Look how little damage we did. Maybe I should lock in on rollout. You know what? Let's try it. I mean, he's not going to do a lot of damage to me, so he can at least take a few hits. Won't be able to be around much today because I've got a birthday stream I promised to hang out in. I'll keep your stream on in the background though. Thanks, man. I appreciate you lurking. Thanks for being a dude. Don't you hate it when your date turns out to be the king of Team Plasma? Funnily enough, Nitty, I'll tell you what, that's actually never happened to me before. It's a you know, oddly specific scenario, of course. Never happened to me, thankfully. $1,400 XP. We're gonna have this. Oh, hang on a minute though. Ambipom can't hit it. That's a good job I checked that. 1900. You can only hit it with water gun. Starmie's no good here either. We have bite on you. Okay, Suicune has to come in here and we have to risk the level cap of 27. I don't like it, but I think this gym would be I think this would be a gym that either breaks the run or makes it, but I remember the randomizer. Oh yeah, if we were fighting Elisa for real, we were screwed. The amount of water types we have, dude, Elisa was gonna just destroy us. We were about to get absolutely sent up creek without a paddle. The second I saw N's Jellicent, I think because he has the same team throughout the whole playthrough, roughly. When I knew he had the Jellicent, I knew it was going to be a pain this whole playthrough. Because that thing's just annoying. And the worst part is Chandelure can do nothing against his team either. Because it's like Jellicent and Celio. Like, what are we going to do with Chandelure against that? That's going to hurt. If I lock in here with Rollout, we might kill him because he's part Ice. Because we do have huge power. But this is such a risk with the amount of HP we have. But I mean, at this point, we don't really have a choice, do we? We have to just go in for it. We have to believe in the power of Azumarill. Oh, okay, I don't believe in the power of Azumarill. 10 damage. We need to hit, like, the mother of all rollouts here. Or maybe we get him on the next one. That's bad. We have to kill him this turn. Actually, the para might be okay here if we do get paralyzed. Okay, we have to kill him now. Yes! Well, it depends what his next mon is, because it's not going to automatically end the rollout, is it? We might be in trouble. Oh, no. I think we're screwed. How much can Fake Out going to do? Oh! We got Flinch, which means we can switch out! Yes! Azumarill! Praise the Lord, he doesn't have Pursuit. Oh. Ow! Okay. Critical hit. Guess we're switching back into someone else again. Just when I thought Chandelier was going to be great, he uses a dark type move on the switch. Great. World Cup is starting soon, so glad I'm not going to the city today. Any bets on who? I know nothing about football, but what I'll say is this. I hope that Spain win, because no disrespect to, you know, the, well, no. I was going to say no disrespect to it. Fuck Argentina, quite frankly. There's many great people in Argentina, but we have a very dodgy hit past with Argentina, so... The UK and Argentina do not have a great relationship. So anytime we can see Argentina lose is amazing. So I hope they lose. And I mean, Spain are the European team out of there, so I feel like if I was going to back anybody, I've got to back Spain, right? The luck there? No, the luck's insane to survive the Fake Out and be flinched because of the move being a flinch, you know? Not supplying anyone this time. All the teams I wanted to win just lost. Huge clutch right there. Yeah, it was huge, man. All hail the king of Team Plasma. You're supposed to be on our side, Nitty. Unintentionally helped us. He did, to be fair. You don't know what side you're on, Nitty. You're supporting N and me. I'll defeat the champion and become unbeatable. Well, you won't, because I've already beaten you, so you can't really be unbeatable, can you, N? I've already defeated you like 3 times in this game, mate. Except for that first run that we did in this game where he had Flygon and beat us in the second part of the game or whatever it was. That was kind of rough, I'll admit. That did happen for anyone who missed that. N did beat us in the first ever battle against him because he had a Flygon and we had Oddish. It didn't go so well. Still think Argentina is going to win, but I have no relation or opinion to either. There. Yeah, football's not my sport, so I don't really care, to be honest. I've never been a football enjoyer. Or soccer enjoyer, as some of you call it, of course. I do follow some sports, but just not that. Norway lost, France lost, England lost. I don't follow sports anyway. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like sports are either you enjoy them or you don't, you know? Actually, there are some people who enjoy playing sports but don't enjoy watching it. I can understand too. Oh, this is the contest tool. I don't even know. So I'm just team fuck Argentina. Fuck Argentina in this game. That's what we mean by that. Not the entire country. There are probably some bad people in the country, but there we go. Fun fact, actually, there are whole settlements in Argentina that actually only speak German. Sounds weird, I know. But it's because some of these village town places, I assume they still exist anyway, I don't know. But they were actually settled originally by runaway Nazis from World War II who settled in South America. And so now there are whole, like, villages that speak German as, like, a primary language, because that's where their original roots come from. It's from people running away from Europe after World War II. I think it's because Argentina and the Nazis had a kind of a thing going on, where whoever the person was ruling Argentina at the time said, Mr. Hitler will allow your people to come here and, you know, do what they want. We don't think they're that bad. Come over here and do whatever. You'll be safe. And so that a lot of the high-ranking Nazi officials either attempted to or did successfully run away to Argentina. Many of them did not, of course. They were stopped long before they got there. Hence the Nuremberg stuff. But there you go. Is this where we want to go? Where's the gym? Am I being dumb here? This isn't the gym. I don't think. This is the subway. Where do these lead? Multi-trains. Super multi-trains. Okay, this is just battling people. This isn't what we want, is it? A wealth of knowledge? I can be sometimes. One of my Battle of Hastings finals, damn it. Wow. Hastings technically... Well, no, actually, no. Ignore me. I was going to say that conflict was conflicted 3 ways. It wasn't, was it? The lead up to Hastings was a 3-way conflict between the Vikings, the Normans, and the Anglo-Saxons. Be surprised at how much Argentine tourists get arrested in Brazil for racist shit on account that racism is a crime over there. In the sport that I watch, the captain of Argentina once got caught tweeting racist shit as well, and then he got banned for like 2 weeks, and then came back and, you know, started spewing shit off again. This is the gym, isn't it? When I say that as well, I don't mean like he just said like something that people went, and it was just sort of vaguely bad. He said something along the lines of like, he wanted to drive down a road full of like people in South Africa and kill them by running them over. And it's like, and this guy still has a job in the team as the captain in a sport that's all about good values and respect. Brother, it's like, oh, Argentina official, you know, governing board, you absolute fucking like lightweights, man. Get rid of him. Why be racist when visiting another culture and place? We're all humans with different walks of life. Because I suppose the unfortunate truth is, Christoph, is you get a lot of people in different parts of the world that assume that their culture is by any means superior, and refuse to acknowledge anything good about anyone else's, to the point where all they can do is just shit on it. I'll freely admit that England has a lot of problems, and we have a lot of issues here with, like, dodgy parts. Actually, a lot of our culture comes from other countries as well, which is quite cool. So, yeah. Nope, that was not where we wanted to go. Yeah, I don't get people who are like tourists who do it though. You know, it's like you're just ruining your vacation at that point. Like, what did you think you were going to achieve by saying something like controversial? You know? Silly. A bunch of German officers from that time escaped to Chile as well. The current president's grandfather was actually one of such officers. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. A lot of that stuff is... not a lot of people know about those types of things. They assume that many of the people who were involved in those, you know, things at the time were captured and or killed and things like that, but quite a few of them actually escaped. I'm glad you censored that, Shags. For reference as well, just in case Twitch sees that, that's for context, so don't... No one actually report that. I think I see what Shags is saying there. Racism in Argentina is so normalized, it's crazy. The other day, people were sharing a restaurant in Argentina called Hard R N-Word Burger. Why? I don't get that at all. Don't understand. What's the relevance of it, you know? I'm aware of being proud of nationality and such, being hateful when visiting someone else's land on vacation. Well, I think, though, there's a difference between being proud of your nationality and then that level of stuff. Where a lot of it comes at... A lot of the reason people do things like that is because they're poorly educated about the rest of the world. And I'm going to pick on a particular group of people here, and feel free to give me stick if you want. In a general sense, many Americans are very uneducated about the rest of the world and spew out all kinds of shit about other parts of the world that they know nothing about. In this kind of like, America's the greatest country on earth and no one ever has or has ever done anything like we do. I mean, there are people who think like other parts of the world from America don't have roads or cars because we're the only people smart enough on the planet to have ever thought of that. And it's like, is this the part where we remind them that like Americans didn't invent the car? You know? But there's also plenty of good people out there, but like there's a lot of people like that that are just like refuse to acknowledge the fact that anyone else in the world has done anything, and everyone else is just kind of like inferior. Which, I mean, there's many good parts and bad parts about any country on earth, right? But like I don't think it's kind of one of those things where anyone can say that any country is the best on the planet at this point. They all kind of suck and have their good parts. Like, we have good things over here that a lot of people like the healthcare system and things like that. But we also have parts that are terrible. So, like, our prices of everything are so abysmally high that people can, in some cases, barely afford to live. It's all just the way it is, doing it. Baffles me. America. I think it's Argentinian run. Oh, the burger thing. Didn't invent democracy either. No, they inherited that from us. It is actually kind of funny, isn't it? How like you'll get a lot of this stuff that it always makes me laugh a little bit. Where America has these moments of being like, "Yeah, goddamn British," with all this stuff they did, and you're like, you realize half of the stuff you have came from us. Like, you're not really that different from us. Like, what the fuck? Just like, I think they forget sometimes that they're like the country sort of was originated from us and other settlers from Europe. It's like, hold on a minute. Yeah, I don't know. America's an odd country. It's a good country in many ways, but it's also a very odd country. I've enjoyed my time there when I've gone. I've got to say. When I've been lucky enough to go over there. And I'm sure I will in the future. As long as I'm still allowed, anyway. As an American, there are many things that we have wrong and a lot of us disagree with, and then many that don't want to look, but a lot of us do care and are kind. Yeah. I think... Oh no, we're not going to get into the realm of a lot of this stuff, just because it's not the place on the stream to talk about it, I don't think. But I think there's a lot of... a lot of people in many countries around the world are very easily influenced by people when they say things that they want to hear in times of desperation. And I think a lot of people will just kind of believe most things that someone tells them. Right? And I think a lot of that has happened in recent years in many countries when it comes to things like that. And a lot of opinion that goes around now is because someone has kind of said, you should hate these group of people, or you should hate this thing, and a lot of it's actually not that bad. Or not as bad as people think. Or, I mean, you have situations where it happens a lot over here as well, where politicians and people will just make something up. They'll just say something that's completely unrelated just because they think it'll get people on their side. You know? Like this thing with the Online Safety Act stuff that we have over here, where they're all about protect the children, protect the children. It's like, half the stuff that you're doing, though, doesn't protect children. Like, one of the proposals they made very recently is that they said they wanted to change it so that you would have to have a digital ID if you wanted to access a VPN. Well, not that long ago, they said only digital ID will be used in the bids to try and get a job. That's all it will be used for. Because that would stop people who... their reasoning for why they wanted digital ID was not to do with anything to do with ID. The government in this country said that it was because there was too many people illegally traveling into this country who were working illegally, and you wouldn't be able to get a job illegally unless you had a digital ID. So they'd have to get a normal job with a normal company, and it's like... Hate to break it to you, UK government, but if people are getting jobs with illegal companies that don't exist, I don't think they're going to go, well, we can't employ you, you don't have a digital ID. It's like, genius idea. And then they come up with that now, and they're like, yeah, you should use VPNs, but if you want VPNs, you need that. And it's like, I'm not sure that's within the scope of how you tried to frame it in the first place, but there we go. And now the new guy who's come in as Prime Minister has said he's going to scrap digital IDs entirely, so I mean, fuck knows. If he does, fair enough. No one wants them, so get rid of them. But, yeah, I don't know, man. There's a lot of stuff that people... I think when it comes to, like, politics these days, people just say what they want to say because they think it'll be popular and it's what people want to hear, not necessarily because it's anything they're ever going to do or they believe. I think that's part of the problem. It's people these days, it's happened a lot over here in the last, say, 10 years. People say things in elections because they want to get voted in. They don't say them because they have any intention of doing them. You know? And that can be said about many places, but it's just become what it is. It feels like many countries, it's very rare these days that it feels like you have politicians who care about the people that live in their country rather than lining their own pockets. And they're just there for a bit of fame and a career. Like, they don't seem to give a shit about any people anymore. Which I think is why you have so many situations in countries all around the world where people are so deeply unhappy. Because, you know, most governments don't really seem to do a lot for people anymore. I feel like back in the day, it used to be fun to jokingly pretend to be like super American, but now everything's such a travesty that it's lost any funny appeal. That, and also I think in certain parts of the world, people will view people in Europe can be quite quick to judge people from America, admittedly. Like, I've heard a lot of stuff where you'll have situations in Europe where people, if they find out someone's American, they will basically scout it to see what they're like. To the point where, like, if someone comes to Europe and they're like very much someone who's like, yeah, Trump, yeah, America, make America great, and they're like banging on about make America great again, they're very outwardly like, we love Trump, America. People in Europe will look at them, will look down on them. That's just how it is. Because admittedly, there's a lot of people in Europe who are very like, they look down on a lot of people like that. Some of those people, you know, for whatever reason, they have their reasons for it. And then there's a lot of times where they'll find out they're not like that, and they'll kind of celebrate and bring them into the fold. So it's like, the whole, yeah, the hyper-American thing can actually backfire quite badly these days, because sometimes it'll actually get people to look down on people now. Which is a shame in many ways, because there's a lot of great American people out there. And a lot of them, I'm sure, are just, you know, their political beliefs don't necessarily align with the type of person that they are. But it's just, that's the kind of general perception these days. At least from Europe, anyway. Or at least other European countries. The UK, I'm not sure what the general consensus is, because we have a weird relationship with America, but still. Hope that does get scrapped. It's pure mass surveillance. That's what I think, honestly. I'm not one for all conspiracies, but I feel like digital ID is just being used to try and limit what people can and can't do. I don't think it's used as an ID system. I think it's just there for the sake of it. I feel like I used to seem like obviously a joke, but people might take it seriously. Yeah, I think people would take it seriously these days. And they would look at it and be like, oh, an American who's really patriotic. Ugh. I think that's what a lot of people might look at these days in other parts of the world as well. America's reputation in the world right now is not great, and I think it's probably the people haven't necessarily had any part of that. It's been more poor decisions over the last 10 or so years, but I feel like as a result of that, Americans in general have kind of been painted with the same view from many people in the world. So anyway, I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. I'll be back in a sec, alright? Alright, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, I've got to go to the BRB screen. Gonna go get solo sushi. Catch you on the flip side, most likely. Have fun, Janky. Go get some good sushi. And if you're back before the end of the stream, let us know how it goes. Ew. Don't want to be political, but people in Europe are anyways, but that's in stream on them. I mean, at the end of the day, though, Christoph, the thing is, people are going to vote for someone who they think is going to do the best by them. Whether or not they actually do or not, people judge after the event, of course, but at the time, people vote for the person they think is going to do best for them, right? Rightly or wrongly. And you only know afterwards when that person's term or time in power comes to an end. So, you know. People will feed off of what someone, you know, promises them, whether or not they plan on delivering it or not, so. Actually, I might be lazy and order it. Unbelievable. Laziness in this community. SMH my head. What type of sushi though? That's the question. And then I'll pretend I know something about sushi and I'll be like, oh yes, that type of sushi that I know nothing about. We're flash fire, so actually, oh, he might have bite, never mind. Switch out, quickly. Scary. Scary, scary. I went Odor Sleuth. Are we going bin face, mate? I can't vote in that election, Shags. I don't live in Clapton. So I can't be involved in that one. Count bin face, mate. The funny thing is, though, bin face actually has a chance as well. Like, bin face has actually he's been doing quite well recently in his popularity online, so I feel like a lot of people are going to vote bin face for the meme. That'd be funny. Lady Colette. Started grabbing clothes to change into, and I went, I don't want to do this. You know, I do that all the time. I feel like these days, I just don't want to do like basic errands anymore. If I ever have something where I'm like, oh, I need to go do this one thing and it's going to take me like 10 minutes, I just look at it and go, no. You know? Like, I don't want to do this crap. Does this work? Okay, I was going to say, could we heal everybody with that? We can't. I don't really want to go through and do the whole puzzle again, but at the same time, I don't want to risk dying because of low HP on one Pokemon, so... Especially considering how much of a crutch Starmie is, so we're going back to the Pokemon Center. We may also buy some, potions. Maybe the chef's combo, so whatever nigiri they're making today. Okay, okay. I'm not a huge sushi person, and that's not to say that I don't like it, but I'm just not super familiar with the world of sushi. I've recently kind of gotten into sushi a little bit, where when I came to America last year was the first time I had proper sushi. And then earlier, a couple of months ago, when around the time I was talking about last week at my brother's wedding, I went out for sushi as well. And I had ramen and then got some sushi there. I think I got... What did I get then? Was it I think it was a... Oh. Why am I going in the PC box? Was it Yellowtail? I think it was a Yellowtail nigiri, and then I also got an eel roll of some sort. I can't remember what eel and something, but the eel sushi I actually quite like. I've been on that a little bit. When I was in America, I had the eel sushi as well. Because when I went into the sushi place, and there was this like college-age kid who was like the server. And they had a roll in there. It was called like British something. And I was like, oh, I've got to order that one, haven't I? So I ordered that one. And I said to the guy, I was like, I've got to get that one. And it's kind of fitting. And he was just like, oh my God, I love your accent, bro. Where are you from? And I was like, I'm ordering the British roll. And I've just said that would be fitting, bruv. It's like, from England, mate. I was like, oh God. How did you not put two and two? I always expect him to ask me what part of Australia I was from. And he was like, wow, that accent's cool. And then he was telling me that he had a friend, I think he knew, who had... I think it was a friend who had like a sibling or something who was moving to America. And he wondered if it was me. He was like, oh, you the guy. Someone told me about this guy who was coming over here soon. And I was like, no, not me, but that's kind of cool though. I have I've talked about this a number of times on stream actually before, but I've been looking at the move to America before. I don't really know what's happening with that these days. There's a lot of complicated stuff in the background with that. Not to go back to the point earlier, but also it very much depends on US policy about foreign immigration as well, because obviously that dictates heavily whether I can or can't do it. because there's a lot of that changing and has changed over the last few years. That's kind of just, you know, made it more difficult or more complicated. So it kind of, you know, you've got to look at it and weigh things up. I mean, one of the things I saw the other day that I don't think will actually become a thing, but would completely probably kill my chance of ever doing that, is there was some supposed thing where they wanted to try and pass I think a bill in the US government that was going to add a $100,000 bond to anyone who wanted to get a green card. And it's like, if that happens, there's no chance for me. Might as well just put a middle finger up at me and say, fuck you, we don't want you here. Like, at that point, it's like, there's no way I'm coming over because I just can't do it. There's no way I can pay 100 grand, you know? Welcome in on the YouTube stream. Hello, hello. Heard that was blocked in courts, probably because it's kind of an outlandish idea. I mean, charging 100 grand for someone to be able to get a residency thing is pretty insane, I feel like. So much of that is dust in the wind. It is, but I suppose what you got to think, though, Christoph, is from the foreign perspective of someone who is actually potentially eyeing it up, it's quite off-putting. Because it's one of those things, right, where it is quite off-putting as someone who, like, I'm part of the demographic of people generally that America doesn't necessarily have a problem with when it comes to immigration, right? I'm from a European country, I'm white, and my country is considered rich. I say rich. We're considered like a wealthier country, right? So I'm kind of one of the people in like the perfect demographic that America doesn't really mind opening the doors to. Because I'm considered like a low-risk person, right? The problem is, even people like me these days are still being kind of in that group of like, we don't know about you anymore, you know? And it's quite off-putting to be like, do I really want to go through this entire process knowing that I might get all the way through it, and then they just go, no, we've changed our mind again this week, we don't want you anymore, go away. You know? It's just like, it's a difficult like thing to weigh up of, do I want to try and right now, do I want to put myself through the process of doing it? Or try anyway. So, yeah, it's whether it actual materializes those types of things or not, it's still kind of a bit of a, something you have to weigh up, you know? And again, I know it doesn't represent the way that the country actually is, but it's like, you kind of just have like the doubts about it a little, you know? We have nothing good against this Darkrai. We're going to have to switch, though. I'm amazed we made it to the gym as well without being level capped, which is insane. On the topic of that stuff, though, that we just talked about, I will say I'm going to move on from that now because we spent quite a long time talking about it. But, yeah. We'll move on to more Pokemon-y stuff now. So, I know people might be typing out last bits, so last messages on that now, right? Unintended, Eastbound is just nonsense, but some things have gotten through and the supporters tend to be the ones who cause trouble. All I can say is that when I was in America, people were nothing but nice to me, so I had no problems at all. So from personal experience, I don't think I'd have any problem at all, but just, you know, it's kind of a who knows. But yeah. Maybe in the future, though. I mean, it's one of those things... Oh, no. Uh-oh. This is problematic. Right. How are we gonna... Oh, no. That's such a risk. Oh, no. So we can beat Regirock. Regirock, our friend. He's not very friendly in a Nuzlocke, I'll tell you that. If he uses Explosion, he's going to suicide one of our Pokemon and we don't have a choice. Oh no. But it's if he uses it. What moves does Regirock have at level 25 in Black and White? We need to know this. I'm scared of Regirock. All of the Regis are really dangerous in these Nuzlockes just because of the explosion move. That's like the only reason they're scary. Everything else about them is like, they're not that big of a deal. But they get explosion at level 1. He could have rock throw, that's the problem. Now, my obvious choice here to deal with him, because we do have one, is Chandelure or Suicune. Because I think Suicune can eat the explosion. Chandelure, obviously, it can't affect it because it's part ghost. If he uses rock throw, though, it's going to hit Chandelure like a truck. I think we have to go Suicune. Alright? Yeah, we've got to switch into Suicune for this one. We can't take this with Chandelure in case he rock throws. Watch him explode on turn 1. Curse, okay. Speed drop, increase attack, increase defense. Which is fine because we have a special attack anyway. In Bubble Beam. Could you imagine if we had a super niche strategy as well of being able to use Damp or something? That would have been cool. Legit dodged every single spoiler from Wind and Waves. Really, Nee? Good job, mate. I saw a spoiler the other day, which is a really cool one. Well, it's not a spoiler necessarily. It was more of a rumor. Which, if it's true... I can say it here because it's not like someone going, this is new Pokemon that's coming out. What I heard the rumblings of, and again, I don't know if any of this is true. I don't think it's a leak. I think it's more of just a rumor. I heard that supposedly Wind and Waves may have the largest group of new Pokemon ever added to a game before, which is really cool if it's true. So Wind and Waves may get the biggest roster of new Mons added ever, which could be really cool if that's true. That's the only thing I've really seen. I saw that the other day, which I think would be really cool if that's the case, but... Is this 2 Darkrai's? Because didn't we knock one out earlier? Huh? I ordered it? Let's go. Get on that sushi. Even more than Unova, which is 156. So they threw out a number with it as a rough estimation, Nitty. Which I don't know if you want to know or not. But they did give out a rough number of what they said that it could be. If you don't want me to say, I won't say. But if you don't care, then I will say what the number is. Someone call the league, Elisa's a cheat. Yeah, she has 2 Darkrai's, dude. She's just cheating. Someone else was cheating last time as well. Who was it? Who cheated in the previous... Oh, it was the guy, the Omastar. That Omastar in Platinum. They were cheating as well. Guy one-shotted me with a move that shouldn't have been able to do enough damage to kill me. This has already piqued my interest enough that I don't mind. So the number that I saw that someone said was this is how many it would be, could be as many as 300. Allegedly. R.I.P. Salamence. But I only saw it as like an in-passing thing. I didn't read it because I didn't want to know. There was also, I think there was another thing on that which didn't really make sense either. Which made me also kind of go, I don't know about that. Because they said something about like I think a Pokemon that would get a new evolution. And I thought, well, or it was the Pokemon will finally get an evolution. And I was like, but it already has one. How does that make sense? So I don't know whether it's legit or not. There's a lot of, obviously there's going to be a lot of leaks about it right now where people are going to be trying to just say stuff for the sake of it. So I'll stop spamming sleep, you absolute clown. Mate. If it wasn't for Darkrai's cool visual effects, I'd hate the fact that it was on the screen right now. Look how many Pokemon he's put to sleep. Starmie. He doesn't seem to have a dark type move though. All he seems to be able to do is disable and then put people to sleep, so... Chandelure is probably actually a good choice against him here. Oh, for God's sake. Bro. We're just gonna have to stay in at this point because we don't have a choice. Oh boy. Anyone also notice something earlier, which is he hit an Ominous Wind against Ambipom, which I didn't think was possible because Ominous Wind is a ghost type move. But, you know, we're not going to call him a cheater. Or her a cheater, because it's Elisa, and we're not going to call her a cheater. But she may be cheating. That's all I'm saying. Alright. Yeah, eat Rocky Helmet, bitch. Oh, no. Are you serious? Wake up, Suicune, please. We had 100 HP like 2 turns ago. He probably just tries to sleep me again. Oh. This is such an annoying fight. Bro. This is getting so old so fast. If we lose because she has 2 Darkrai's that just put my whole team to sleep. Like... yeah, dumbass Darkrai. You know what? Oh no, we'll go to sleep again. My whole team is asleep. All 5 of my mons are asleep. Bro. The thing is, if we stay in on an Ominous Wind, we probably... well, we're going to have to stay and go for a Flame Burst and then hope we don't... if we get hit with Ominous Wind, we probably take 1 hit and then have to switch. Disable, okay. He's just going to keep spamming Disable. He'll use Ominous Wind on the turn we're about to work, like wake up, probably. No, Disable again. Die, please. This is such a painfully boring strat to play against. It's Hypnosis. Yep. Also, can I just say, okay? How much accuracy does Hypnosis have again? I'm going to confirm this for myself and make sure they didn't buff it. Let's check. Generation 5. Hypnosis. Yeah. Yep, it does have as much as I thought it did. Now, can anyone answer me how many times Darkrai has missed Hypnosis during this fight? Oh, you know what's interesting? I don't think he can hit me anymore. I think he's run out of Ominous Winds. So now, Bad Dreams is like the only thing doing damage. But I have to risk it all on a Azumarill. We might get quick attacked, yep. Oh! The wake up on 1 HP is massive! It's not enough! He 100% quick attacks me, surely. Zero? Yeah, he hasn't missed a single Hypnosis, and it's a 60% chance to land. We need to wake up. He physically cannot damage Chandelure. I mean, we have to wake up next turn, otherwise we're screwed. We have... alright, we have the next turn, and well, we survive on 1 HP, but... nice. But now we've got to somehow win against 1 more Pokemon with everything in the red with basically 0 HP. And it's Cloyster. Oh, dude. They're sweet. I think we're about to lose. The only way we win this now... there's only one win condition I see here. Literally one. I think the... No, there is a possible way. Who's the least useful here? Ambipom? Okay, I have an idea, actually. It's not... I don't know if it'll be enough. It's all I've got, though. We got to try it. This is going to require some clutch and a half coming out right here. Okay, that's fine. We don't need... Ambipom has to die here, basically. Like, we don't have a choice. Ambipom is dying. There's no choice here, sadly. We have one Pokemon that can win this for us, and it's Starmie. And there's only one reason for that. Because we will outspeed Cloyster. And there's no way he's going to be able to kill Starmie from nearly full HP with Aurora Beam and Bubble Beam. Yeah, 07 for our boy. Attack drop is fine, I think. As long as he doesn't drop our speed. Okay, this is going to be a slow and steady one because it's Cloyster. But we're going to have to just whittle him down with Water Gun and Swift. Swift isn't physical, right? If he protects, I'm just going to speed up. Okay, okay. Supersonic. Come on, Starmie. Can I just say, is that not the best clutch you've ever seen out of me in this game or these games before? The comeback. The most we had on anyone was 23 HP. The comeback. Can I have a hype in the chat, please, for that one? I mean, we had to make a sack, but we didn't have a choice there. That was such an obnoxious strategy, though, from that Darkrai. Like, I wasn't making that up either. There was two Darkrai's, right? She had two Darkrai's, I believe. It wasn't the same one that got withdrawn. I'm pretty sure it was two, right? Which I wish there was a setting where you could stop people from getting dupe Pokemon, because especially if you get a dupe really nasty mon like that, it could actually be a run ender. We had it in Platinum as well, where we had Candice, the gym leader, the 7th gym leader, the Ice-type one, had two Garchomps. And if anyone knows anything about Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, Garchomp is an absolute monster in those games because it's its debut gen. And it hadn't been slightly power crept yet. It was just the worst fight ever. And then in the Elite Four, someone had double Garchomp as well. Till that point, we'd never seen it until Gen 4. We'd never seen a double of the same mon. Don't get me wrong, I'm sad to see Ambipom go. However, it's like, I'd rather live and lose the Ambipom than lose the whole run. You know? Thank you for the hype, everybody, as well. That was a painful one. However, I feel like wins like that are the ones that really... They're like character building ones, you know? That's the type of win that you get that really like sets you up for a good position for the future. We came through a really tough fight there. Alright, Route 5 is our next one. Route 5, and then we're going towards Driftvale. I am sad, though, that we lost Ambipom, because it's another Pokemon we've lost, but I feel like many of the others would have been more useful out of the roster. He died so he could live. He did. He did indeed. Route 16. We've surely been here before, right? Oh, is this back by the... Okay, we're not going this way, just in case. Can barely stay awake. I'll catch you on Tuesday. Have a great rest of stream, mate. You too, man. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. See you when we see you. Hopefully my throat's feeling a bit better then. I feel less uncomfortable talking. I'm surprised. I thought we were going to get wiped. Because of Platinum, I thought we were about to lose. Rival battle, here we go. What's the cap for the next gym? 31. Not a lot to work with. We'll have to make it work though. Excelgor, first Pokemon coming out versus Chandler. I think it's a really good fight actually. Chandler, I think, is actually criminally underrated. We just didn't get a chance to really use it in the last fight because he just got slapped immediately by Darkrai. Nice. Good one-shot from Chandler. Chandler's just got a cool design as well. That's another one-shot for Chandler. Unless he's heat-proof, but... Fracture, you're not quite as nice for us to fight with, Chandler. We'll go Hex and then see if he has Bite or something. We'll probably switch out. Ooh, huge hit. One of the Elite Four traditionally has a Chandler as well as their ace, I think. I don't remember what her name is though. Not staying in because we are prone to ground moves. Switch to Starmie, I think. Really wish we had something like Bubble Beam or anything really at this point. Water Gun's just not really that great on level 27. Much as I hate to admit it. Huge. Lovely little critical hit there from Starmie as well. Giving us a win, right? I think. Sharon goes down. Sharon. Whatever you want to call him. Gonna have to run, but you have a wonderful stream. We'll see what we can do, Christoph. We'll try and keep the run going, don't you worry. Thank you for being here, man. Appreciate you hanging out. And I hope that you have a good one, whatever it is you're up to. It's older. Wow. Although it's weird in this game because you don't fight Alder until the post-game. Technically, the champion fight in this game is against Ghetsis. But when your water gun gets outmogged by their hydro pump. A tiny little water gun. Are we going to fight these children? Oh. Last thing I want is a fight right now. I just want to relax after a stressful match. Watch them have like Rayquaza or something. Piloswine and okay, that's fine. I'm not very worried about Piloswine and Minchino. Piloswine's definitely the more dangerous of the two because of his ground typing, but we can hit him with a gnarly Flame Burst that may one-shot him. Toddler throwing out Rayquaza would be really funny, to be honest. It's happened before. It's happened many a time where I'll go, wow, it'd be really crazy if this guy had a legendary, wouldn't it? And then they do. We had was it in Generation 1? There's that, the dojo that you can go to, where you fight the guy and they give you like the Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan choice. We went in there on one of the runs, and I was like, wouldn't it be hilarious if this guy had a legendary in there? And then we went and we fought the guy, went in to grab our Pokemon afterwards, and there was a Mewtwo as one of the choices. And I was just like, no, you can't be serious. There's no way. That or we have a really strange thing going in these games at this point where the gym leaders all seem to have tons of legendaries. I mean, Elisa just had 2 Darkrai's, of course. One of the previous runs, someone had 3 legendaries in a gym, I think, which was insane. Yeah, we're not very lucky when it comes to the opposition gym trainers and that. Random trainers quite often get legendaries as well, but they never seem quite as bad. Them gyms, though, they always get us. I hate that it puts the music on for Excelgor getting smacked, because it's like, I don't care about him. He's some random Pokemon. I don't care about Excelgor. He can die for all I care. He ain't mine. Really warm in here at the minute. Actually, let me just do something real quick. I'm just gonna check my PC temperature. 82. Okay, that's not too bad. I've been having an issue in the last like week or two of my PC crashing from getting too hot, because it's been really warm weather here as of late. So I've had to come up with an ingenious way of preventing overheating on my PC, which is I now have to use the fan that I use for this room and place it so it's basically pointing into the side of the PC with the glass off. Nice, that's a battle. Oh. But it does mean that the rest of the room doesn't really cool down anymore, so it's just kind of unpleasant. Double evolutions though? Ooh, you... Good job we didn't have lower HP. Pursuit is nasty. Rotom in our last playthrough actually died because he got killed with a Pursuit. Sand attack spam, nice. You're cool, aren't you, Umbreon? Oh dear, yeah. It's been, in general, it's been, by our standards, quite hot here for the last couple of weeks. And, oh, that's bad. Hold that thought. That could be really bad. Hence, we need to hit this. Nice. But yeah, it's been, like, by UK standards, very hot the last few weeks, so it's been really unpleasant with that. So my little fan's been working overtime. But, yeah. Not being able to use it and having to push it into the PC so it can cool it down is not great. What can you do, though? Oh, this person isn't going to fight me, but... Oh, this is our catch. Hippopotas! That's our catch. And I am not mad at that at all. That's actually really good. Okay. We actually had one of these We had a Hippowdon in Platinum briefly, and then it died. That was in one of those runs that failed. I don't care if he puts me to sleep. At least it's not a water type. It may not be the best Pokemon in the world. He's pretty good though. But he's not a water type, which is what we want to see. Because we already have 3 of our 4 mons. Well, 3 of 5 now as water types. We also technically now have 2 weather setters in the form of Suicune with Rain Dance and a guaranteed sand setter with our boy. Not that it's necessarily useful for anyone else other than himself, but it is still a thing, so kind of good, I guess. You never know when a ground type might be useful. Here's Dig. I'm not actually going to do that. I went to 27, I think, is the highest, because I don't want to risk going too high. On we go. Probably should switch Chandelier out of the front spot as well. No deaths of Chandelier allowed. That would be catastrophic. Nice. Oh, we could have got Hippowdon as well. I wouldn't have minded getting the fully evolved. Oh, Life Orb. That's quite good. We'll take that. That's a really good item. Definite switch. Chandelier's really the option here, but yeah, I guess we have to just switch to Chandelier. Oh, especially with the sun. Like the freest kill of my life. Shock Drive. Oh, that's Genesect, I think. I'm so glad we dodged the Hoppip on our catching then as well. That would have been devastating to get. Iron Plate. I'll take that as well. It's quite useful. Glad we dodged the Nuzleaf too. It would have given us a Firewater and Grass Core, so we'd have had one of each typing, but still. Not actually that useful. Wow! That is kind of cool. And just like that, she's gone. Wowie wow. I'm kind of hoping our next area, which I don't think is that far away, is just across the bridge. I don't really fancy going too far to Drift Vale. Can actually get an encounter here as well if we find one of those dark spots. So we'll keep an eye out for those. Usually it would be Swanna, I think. That Drift Vale. Oh, it is. Okay, we're already at Drift Vale City. There we go. We just gotta find one that'll be a Pokemon instead of an item. Where Pokemon? No, I don't want Swift Wings. Where Mon? Please. Come on. Unless I'm just misremembering, but I'm 99% sure this is how you found stuff on it. If not, we'll just go back to Driftveil. There we go. Vanilla or vanillish? Yeah, vanillish. It's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. I mean, it's the best we're gonna get right now, so we can't really complain too much. Even if it's not an optimal choice. It's something. May not be good, necessarily, but it's something. I think we'll take something at this point. Yay, we have a team of 6. Wow. How crazy is that? An actual full team. Wow. Driftveil City, I guess it's a fishing encounter, and then cold storage. There's apparently another encounter. We'll listen to the music. Lavo, in order to go face him, he wants us to go round up the criminals that he's lost. So why don't you just do your job properly in the first place, Clay? How about that? Hold on. Bins. Gotta check the bin. You never know when there might be something in the trash cans. When you least expect it is when you'll find an item. I'll poke down here first. Oh, really? He wants to... I don't want to fight you, child. See, normally if this was a regular Nuzlocke, we'd be in a position in this gym coming up. It's actually quite difficult, normally. In our case, our team actually works really well for it, but... the next gym against Clay is traditionally quite difficult. Because of his Krokorok and Excadrill. Excadrill being the main threat, really, but Krokorok is pretty nasty. I'm pretty sure there is an area not that far away from here where you can guarantee a Drillbur as well. Which does make it easier because in your own run, it becomes exceptionally easy to get an Excadrill. Providing it survives. Nice. Oh, wow. That did a lot of damage. didn't even see what hit me then. Whoever it was just hit us like a truck. We got nearly one-shotted. Unless I just missed something. Maybe it was Bide or something. Okay, let's go to the Pokemon Center before we do anything else. Not risking that. Also should rare candy Vanillish a little bit just to get it more up to speed with the team. This will seem like a really small thing as well, but it's such a nice thing to be able to scroll down to the bottom of a list and then it take me back up to the top again. Doesn't do that in the other games. It's very annoying. Okay, we don't have fishing rods, so we can't get that. Please show her Flash. I think we do have the Flash TM. But I don't think we are going to use it on anyone. Because it's Flash, so why would we? Oh, I don't want to do rotation battle. If we can avoid rotation battles, then we will, because they're just weird. Yeah, free expert belt. I'll take that. Nice. Might have been there. That's the gym, which is closed. He's got his lawyer outside. Ready to hit us with his subpoenas if we're not careful. Keystone. Ooh. Chancer Spiritomb then, I guess. We can catch him on here on Route 6 as well. Get an encounter, why not? Cradilly. Interesting. Not bad. I don't know how useful it will be, but it does kind of combo slightly well with our boy Hippopotas because of the rock and ground typings. Not sure how sold I am on this though. It's probably an okay mon for us to get, but nothing crazy. Nice. Cradilly, the barnacle Pokemon. Not really sure how it looks like a barnacle, but there we go. Add it to the list. Out 6. What are my favorite Gen 5s? Ooh. That's a good question. I would say... I'll try and pick like 3. Bisharp has to be on there. Volcarona, maybe. And Excadrill. There we go. Bisharp, Volcarona, and Excadrill. What I'll go with as my 3. What about you? That's the real question here. Off the top of my head. Okay, here we go. So a bin, we need to check it. No, empty. Why let me search them if you're not going to put any items in them, Game Freak? Why you do that to me? Scraggy, yeah, and Zorua. Good old Scraggy. I don't know if we've run into Scraggy yet. Take Credily out of there as well. Scraggy's a good one. I quite like Scraggy. Concrass. I feel like I should switch one of these three out. Let's do a Azumarill. Because Credily just provides more typing. Whimsicott is a good one as well. Okay. Some good choices there. I like those. The thing that I like as well, I've said this before on stream, I like it when people give more like niche choices as well. Because a lot of the times you'll ask people what their favorite is and it'll just be like, insert most popular Pokemon number 1, 2, and 3. It'll be like Gengar, Pikachu, Charizard, and it's like... It's cool, but... you're like, man, I wish there was something more exciting. That second Rocky helmet? We already have one on. We have 2 Rocky helmets. Oh. That's kind of nasty. Okay. Got another one, Credily. Two Rocky helmets, that's kind of nasty. I'll take that. How can we not run under there as well? Why? I feel aggrieved not being able to go under there. Magmar. I like that. It's a good choice. Magmar's pretty cool. Magmar and Electabuzz. Quite like both of those two. Yeah. We'll take that. Some solid choices right there. He's the GOAT. It's nice when they give him an evolution as well in Generation 4 with the Magmortar. Although in some ways it makes him better, in some ways it makes him worse. Focus Sash! Oh, that's a spicy meatball. Encounter here, I think this counts as this area. Oh, it's another water type. Seadra's not bad though. Great start, critical hit right off the rip. He's the GOAT. He is pretty cool, Magmar. I quite like him. Top favorite. I feel like it's changed as of the last couple of years, where I've kind of played with more stuff. It kind of depends on the generation. Mamoswine would have been a good pickup as well. Generally, funny enough, I quite like Electivire. The evolution of Electabuzz, of course. So kind of the opposite of Magmar. He's a bit of rival. He's pretty cool. I quite like him a lot. I do like Garchomp. I started in Generation 4 when I was a kid, so that's always kind of been the gen that a lot of my favorites came from because of that. Garchomp's cool. Out of the brand new stuff, Armarouge is really cool. Out of the newest generation. What else? There's a lot of ones that I like. I don't know if they're favorites, but I just like them a lot. Bronzong, quite cool. I mean, Bisharp, who I mentioned earlier. Cofagrigus from Gen 5 is pretty cool. Excadrill. Crocodile, even from this gen, I quite like as well. He's pretty interesting. It's quite a lot. Confuse Ray, why not? How are you getting outsped by a Cradilly? Oh, a break just started. I had no idea that was coming up. Okay. Alright, I guess we'll go to BRB then while this fight's on. Enjoy the fight music, I guess. Gen 5 actually, yeah, I think is super well designed, Gen. I do as well, which is why I find it funny that people give it so much hate for the designs. The amount of people that complain about Trubbish, I just find insane. Trubbish and Klefki get more hate than any other Pokemon, I think. People just complain about them non-stop, about the designs, because inanimate objects, and it's like... I mean, they've got like 1,000 Pokemon at this point. What do you expect them to do? I don't get it. Anyway, I'm gonna go BRB, and then when I get back, we'll crack on. We'll continue, all right? BRB back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. That's a slightly longer BRB than anticipated, but we back. Got back into Pokemon right before Gen 5, and it was very exciting to me. It was a good gen to get into, I think. That being said, Generation 5 on the whole was viewed not that favorably, strangely. It kind of, I don't know. It's it just never really kind of kicked off. So, I don't know. It is what it is, though, you know. Okay, let's actually get back into what we're doing here. We can afford to take like 1 or 2 more hits. We'll go for an acid. If we live this bubble beam, we're all good. And we are. Cryogonal. That's a definite switch out. Chandelier for the freebie, probably. Cryogonal's kind of annoying. Pretty sure he's quite bulky. I don't think he's that great of a Pokemon, but he's not terrible. Speed drop's kind of annoying, but then actually with the mist, I think that eliminates it anyway, right? Actually, no, it's not mist, it's something else. Thinking of haze that eliminates stat drops. Nice. Successful fight. Oh, I'm so glad we dodged the Burmy. That would have been terrible. And the Maractus. Okay. Oh, we have to do an ice puzzle? Hell yeah. Alright. Dodge the first trainer though. Okay. This is the way out. Yeah, unless... actually, it doesn't matter. We can't do what we want anyway. Free item. Ooh, that is such a good TM. Scold. Oh, wow. That's huge. We asked for a better move other than Water Gun. We've just gotten it. Scold is insane. The reason Scold is really nice is because it has a chance to burn. So you have a chance of not only obviously hitting someone with a fairly hard-hitting water-type move, you can also burn people, which destroys their attack. So that's why that's good. In case anyone doesn't know. kind of cool to pick it up. Very happy with that. Okay, normally I'd say Gengar's a problem, but the fact we have Suicune, we can just use Bite and knock him out, which is good. You don't have to worry too much about him being a heavy hitter, thankfully. He's still annoying though, but... especially if we hit ourselves in confusion. We just need to get rid of him as quick as possible because he is dangerous. The curse is kind of nice because it means it's probably a one-shot if we hit him with Bite now. Which we do. I mean, we may have one-shotted him anyway, I don't know. But now he's gone. We will have to switch out though to avoid the curse. Gives us a free switch into... well, Starmie, why not? I was going to switch to Credilli, but Starmie's probably a better option. Maybe Water Absorb, so we'll just use Swift and play it safe. Poor guy. It's always a sad time when you got to knock out a Wooper. Always very sad. Okay, that's just a dead end. We have to go this way? Oh, I guess we can jump off the end of the container, maybe? I'm very surprised that Cradilly is able to outspeed this thing. And Rocky Helmet right there on display as well. Huge. Need Amnesia, albeit special defense would be nice. Sizzle's going to hit especially hard if we're not careful. Confuse Ray. Then he has a chance of hitting himself or hitting himself if he hits us with the Rocky Helmet. That's what I was scared of. Yes, Pursuit. Ah, we're lucky he didn't go for it. That could have been real bad. Woke up on the turn of falling asleep, basically. That's insane. Oh! 1 HP survival. Okay, we can get up there. We are getting the hell out of it. That is just gnarly. Do not want any part of that. Thankfully, little Hippopotamus survived, but that could have been very scary for a moment, huh? Things had continued the way they were going. That would have been very, very bad for us. I would have been very unhappy. I guess you could have snuck past that guy, I think, if we'd gone behind him, but fine. Okay, we'll switch out on here, because I don't really want to fight Rock v Rock. Suicune's probably the obvious choice for dealing with T-Tail. No Sandstream though, which is kind of wild. Take Aurora Beam instead of Gust as well, give us a bit of utility with an ice move, although we do have an ice type now, which is good, but still. Pick Club. Good for Marowak, not good for anyone else, sadly. Fight the bullet and take the fight. Cure him. Oh boy. Yeah, it's walling. Aurora Beam should be neutral, so. Okay, what about Bite? Bite's not bad, we'll just keep using Bite, I guess. Ooh! Scald for the finish. Suicune takes the knockout. Sweet. Our boy doing good. Oh, the burn ends him this turn anyway. That's huge. Scald is one of those things where RNG definitely plays a factor, but Scald could be huge in the grand scheme of things of the playthrough. Depends how things go. But it could be massive. Okay, so this is where we fight the guy. We'll go out and heal again real quick. I'm pretty sure we don't have any healing items. I need to buy some of those. Let's go buy some potions and things while we're out and about. Yeah, we get like 20 hyper potions. That works, I think. Yeah. Nice. So I think we should be good to go. I think that was the only guy we didn't fight, the one up top there. Pretty sure everyone else we battled. Okay. Let's go in, Sharon. What's the worst that can happen? Let's just go jump some criminals in the middle of their criminal activity in a storage container. Alright. Get underway. They've stolen our boy. They flipped him. Poor Ludicolo. He's joined the dark side. Our boy is turned against us. Thankfully we can recover, which is good, so we can kind of help ourselves out a little here. That's gonna hurt. Uh-oh. Okay, that's a good job we switched to the recover there. Because we'd have been in trouble if not. Probably best bet here, although it's brave, is a switch to Chandelier, hoping he goes Mega Drain again, and then slap him with a neutral Flame Burst. Ludicolo doesn't really get access to many water moves though, so I'm not that worried about it. He's one of those stone evolutions that suffers from having a crappy move pool. And it is quite a shame. Not taking any chances though. We're definitely healing. Tell you what, when they were recruiting for Team Plasma, they managed to find a lot of ginger people to join. Kind of crazy. All of them are ginger. All of the Team Plasma grunts. Kind of wild. I mean, this is kind of a very easy fight for Vanillish. Let's give it to Vanillish, why not? Oh, nice Sonic Boom. Know all about that move. Let's go Avalanche, because we hit second anyway, so we'll probably be slower than him. Worst part about Avalanche is it's quite a decent physical ice move, other than the fact that it makes you hit second no matter what. Which I learned the hard way when I used it on Weavile in BDSP. Trying to beat Garchomp at the end of the game. I think the only way we were able to use it is we had to focus Sash with it. But that may have been after Heartbreak of doing it the first time and then realizing it moved second. Yamask, I think, is Dark type. I don't think it's actually a Ghost type yet. That's huge to dodge that. Alright, we'll go for Dig, because then it will miss no matter what next turn. It will go to Sleep. That'll be pretty tidy. So we lose Sandstream, but it's not that big of a deal because we've already got the sand up. So we should be fine. Maybe I was... Okay, maybe this thing is Ghost. So it was Dark-type Yamask, and then Cofagrigus became a Ghost, but maybe I'm just talking rubbish. Okay, this thing can hit us hard, but I kind of want to go for a dig just to see. He hits first as well, so we know that we're going to get a big smack on him, because he'll miss no matter what next turn. Then we can switch out. The only reason I risked it is because I knew that we could probably take the hit. Okay, weak armor, defense minus speed increase. He's probably going to go water move. I could switch into most likely Suicune is the option here to take a hit off Omastar easily enough with his crazy eyes. Provided he doesn't cheat like last time with Omastar. It's with a 1 billion damage rollout or something. In with a speed increase. He's not fast enough to beat us though. Love it. Oh man. My voice is like kind of holding up fine, but it's also kind of not. Sharon's still fighting his first person. We're on number 4. And what a loser. Gigalith. Oh boy. Well, he is a rock type. That actually works out kind of. He's pretty bulky though. He gets the bonus from Sandstream as well. We'll put him to sleep. And then next turn we will use Dig. Knowing we outspeed, we can go for Dig guaranteed again. There goes Gigalith. This isn't really a great fight for anyone. So I probably will just throw in Suicune. That's... okay. Not necessarily who I was going for, but I guess the speed up didn't help me there on the old misclicks. Let's do that then. We've used about 30 minutes worth of speed up, as you can see from the top corner. It's 10:04 currently according to that, and it's only 9:30, so used about 30 minutes just over of speed up. Kind of cool to see that though, to know how much we've used. Or just how much the game has sped up by. Nice. Also a reminder to anyone who's here on the Twitch, if you haven't already and you want to go and help out and support for free, please drop a like on the YouTube stream if you want to help out the channel. If you haven't already and you enjoy the stuff, then drop a cheeky sub as well, if you would. That would be very much appreciated. There's a link at the top of the chat, or you can do !YT in the chat to find it. Or if you're already in the YouTube, thank you for being in there. And same thing, basically. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. If you're enjoying the stream on YouTube, then please remember to drop a cheeky like to help boost up the old stream in the algorithms and things. Great music in this game, I've got to say. I say it in most of the games, but Gen 5 really does have a good selection of music. Oh boy. Let's get this. I like this little showdown, it's quite good, isn't it? Hey, at least we got a gym bow now. Doesn't mean that all of that we just did is completely redundant, but there you go. We just went and recaptured those guys only for them to just let them go, but... Elevator time. Let's go. Is anyone level capped? No, we're good then. For now. We will have to be conscious of it in the future though. Worker Felix. With his Blaziken. Ooh. That's kind of dangerous. Not sure if we can necessarily afford to put him to sleep before hitting him, but we might have to just in case. Bulk up. Ooh. Only level 28 though, so he probably doesn't have that many super dangerous moves. He may have double kick or something though. X can do not a lot. Okay, that did way more. Okay, critical hit. And he outspeed, so again we're going to get the perfect situation if he's going to miss. He's asleep now anyway, but he would have missed. Then we're going to hit him. We may have the option of trying for another turn, but honestly depends how much damage we do. Okay, I'll go for one more. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Just. And it is only just as well. Double bulk up. To be fair, without the first bulk up, we probably get the knockout in one on dig. I would take a guess at. I think it's very possible, but... Magmortar. Try again with the yawn. We'll see how much this feint attack does. Okay, he can't be slapped. Definite switch out. We could switch to Chandelure, but the feint attack is dangerous, so I think we'll go into Starmie instead. Who now I say is also prone to the feint attack. So maybe that wasn't such a good switch after all. Maybe I made a small fucky wucky there. Yeah, we can still use Swift even if he smoke screens me, but that is annoying. Obviously we have the switch to Suicune available if we need it as well. Starmie, come on. Okay, we're definitely switching now. I'm not gonna rush, like risk this and just rush through the fight at -2 accuracy. It's just an idiotic thing to do, I think, in this case. Yeah, not risking it. doubt there's one-shots, but... Oh, it does. Love that for us. We'll take it. Ah, first fight at the gym. It's already been a pain. Love it. Kind of rough, isn't it? Ah, yeah, that's not what we wanted. I guess you go through and round. Yeah. Interesting. I guess you were kind of fine against the Rapidash here as well. Kind of depends on the damage, but still. Oh, that's bad. We're trapped. Oh, that's quite lucky with the sandstorm damage there. Worker Don getting absolutely clapped. That was pretty nice for us. I was looking a bit ropey for a second there, so... A fire spin, those kind of moves always scare me a little bit, just because the amount of times in runs where we've been going pretty fine, and then all of a sudden something happens that just completely throws you off. With a fire spin or a sand tomb or something, you just get trapped. It's concerning when it happens. Huge one-shot there as well from the Starmie, damn. Volcarona. Also scary, but also going to get one-shotted. No, never mind, not quite. Close, though. This thing's probably not that scary yet, because it's not really that high level, but Volcarona with a lot of moves. Very, very dangerous. This thing is also horrible. Amoonguss? Oh, no. The sus Pokemon. Yeah, Amoonguss is kind of annoying. Risk taking a feint. Okay, Icy Wind should be fine here now, because we should be faster as well. Another trainer. Okay, I think Clay's probably the next one. Kind of at that point. Oh, Ferrothorn. Or Ferroseed. Oh boy. I'm scared of Ferrothorn. Oh, that thing's one of those Pokemon that scares me. It's nasty. Ferrothorn is just really horrible to deal with. Now, on the flip side, if we get a Ferrothorn, we're in very good position. Yeah, here's Clay. Very elaborate gym, isn't it? Also double check the level count real quick. It should be 31, I believe. And it is 31. Let's get leveling. Crunch is a big upgrade, actually, for Hippopotas. Take that. Acid armor? Nah. I think Starmie is a fine lead. Let's actually double check real quick as well for items. Make sure there's nothing we want to switch into. Thick Club is just like Marowak, isn't it? Sash is quite useful. Expert Belt, super effective move. Why not? Give it to Starmie. Life Orb's kind of interesting, but Boost speed. Charcoal, put that on Chandler. Or an Eviolite on someone. Eviolite Hippopotamus, why not? Do it. Actually, before we go, we drop a save. This is gym number 5. So we're actually making decent progress. This will be over the halfway point of the gyms. It's pretty cool. Yeah. We are chunking away at the game. Let's do it. Hopefully Clay's team will be easier to deal with because he won't have Excadrill. That being said, we can deal with Excadrill easily enough. So let's see what he's got. Porygon. Base level Porygon as well, which is fine. Rather than Porygon 2 or Z, because they'd be definitely more dangerous. We'll go for the Scald. They're solid. I mean, he outspeeds us probably now with the agility, but that's fine. Porygon's not that threatening. We still outspeed anyway. Never mind. Ignore everything I just said. There goes Porygon. Pokemon number 1 of 6 defeated. Coming in next is Shiftry, who is a dark grass type. Perfect to deal with us, so we don't really want to stay in against that. Best switch here is probably Vanillish. Chandelure would be good, but his dark typing is concerning. Nasty Plot. That's probably fine. Go Icy Wind, try and drop his speed down a touch. Double Nasty Plot. That is slightly concerning. This needs to do about 50% or around that. Okay, this is going to come down to a damage roll. I don't know if we outspeed him after 1 Icy Wind. We do. And we get the knockout. Shiftry goes down. Pokemon number 2 of 6 defeated from Clay's team. He switches into the Absol. I think we will stay in. Just because... Oh, that's a bit scary, though. We don't really have an answer to Absol. Ooh, a massive critical hit. Icy Wind, though, could be the answer. He set up the Swords Dance. Will we get the outspeed? We do on the Icy Wind as we strike again with Vanillish, who's going kind of crazy right now. That's two kills for Vanillish. Sand Slash coming in. I think I spot a third. Icy Wind again. That Crush Claw kind of hurts, but... Metaphorically, our boy Vanillish is heating up. Not in actual fact, though, of course. He's as cold as ice, this fella. He's a cool customer. Vanillish going kind of crazy. I gotta say, I wasn't expecting Vanillish to be the MVP of the gym so far, but there we go. Huntail. Probably don't want to stay in here, honestly. We probably want to switch out to someone. Ridilli is not a bad choice here, because Huntail may well go for Bite. So this could be Rocky Helmet Central. See what happens. He goes for Brine. Yeah, not too bad of a hit, but not great. Go for the Confuse Ray if we can. That hurt. Does get the Rocky Helmet chip. We get flinched. We're going to switch out then. He's probably going to go for Ice Fang again. Switch to Suicune. Also another Rocky Helmet holder, which helps too. No, he went for Brine again. Okay. Actually did a lot of damage. It was on a crit, but... I think here probably Scald is going to be a good bet. Especially if we can burn. Okay, that didn't do as much as I was kind of hoping for. Maybe we'll go Bite instead. Just to see. That doesn't do a lot either. Maybe we should just go Scald and hope for a burn then. I mean, his damage is pitiful, but... Also kind of expecting a heal from Clay now, considering that he's in super low HP. There it is. We've kind of got him where we want him right now. Like, this is fine. Ice Fang me again, go on. That's kind of annoying. That's even more annoying, hitting ourselves. I'm going to switch out. Probably back to Starmie, I think. And then we have Chandelier Hippopotas for the final kill, hopefully. Against whoever. That is a shame. Leaving them on 1 HP is annoying. Don't have a priority move, so I mean it's just whatever. Just use Swift. Another confusion. Rather lucky, isn't it? What's the final mon? Psyduck. Okay. So it turns out Clay is not really anything to be worried about this time. I'm very happy about that. Starmie, the MVP of the run so far, though, it has to be said. It's been very good. I'm very impressed with Starmie's general play. Will be real nice to stop being confused, though. Water Pulse spam means it is kind of impossible for me to switch out to Starmie. Switch out of Starmie back into Chandelier or someone, like I said originally for the final part of the fight. Didn't need him anyway though. GG, leader Clay goes down. Not bad. Pretty smooth ride in that gym, I gotta say. Definitely a bit easier than the last one. Thankfully there was no double Darkrai here, putting all of my Pokemon to sleep. Next one's Skylar, I know that much. Okay, we got Chargestone Cave, and then we get to Millstroughton. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, there's not that much of the game left. Like, we are actually kind of powering through. So, not bad. There's Bulldoze, I think, isn't it? He gives us. Was it? Oh, it was Dig. Man. I know in Chargestone Cave, where we're going to be going in a little bit, normally you can get Tynamo in there. Who's pretty good. So you can evolve it to Electros and have no weaknesses. Because it's only a pure electric type and it doesn't have a ground weakness with Levitate, which is really cool. Has to be said as well. Hopefully this doesn't start a new one, but we also have broken the curse of the 6th mon. Or the final mon in the party, because Vanillish hasn't been killed in its first fight since being added to the team, which is good. So we actually have a spare Pokemon in the box for the first time in quite a while. Not exciting. Free switch. I mean, he's grass normal, so if it does use any normal type moves, it's a complete free switch. Probably going to go for a grass move though, seeing the Starmie in front of it. No one for takedown, we're fine. And I'm pretty sure we'll outspeed. No, we don't. Shows what I know, doesn't it? Sawsbuck is pretty fast though. I do remember actually when we did Scarlet and Violet's monotype runs. I don't remember if it was mono normal or mono grass, but I know we used a Sawsbuck and it was quite effective. Mainly because it gets Horn Leech, which is actually a really nice move. Just the extra recovery you could get on top of it was really nice, stacked with Leech Seed. So I was just very happy with that. And 6 damage a pop. Of course he gets a 5 hitter. Or she actually in it because it's bloody Bianca. Six damage to 3 apiece, which is quite nice. We could get critical hitted by every hit and we'd survive. I actually will take the opportunity to recover though. Burn will knock out in, well, would have knocked out in 2 turns, but that Scald Burn's pretty big. Do not underestimate the power of Scald. Very strong move. Oh, so it's going to turn into one of these fights, I guess, where it's just us healing out each other. These types of fights are a bit of a pain in the ass. I mean, they're not absolute classics, but they're kind of interesting in their own way. Just seeing the two, like my Starmie versus the Corsola, trying to out-heal each other. They can actually be quite interesting fights sometimes. Let's say 35 was the cap for the next bit as well. It is, you know, Skylar. Safe switch into Chandelure here. I mean, Vanillish actually is a good shout as well, so I shall go there. Save Chandelure the HP, just in case. And save the sleep, apparently. May get Leech Life, I don't know. We'll see what it goes for. Yeah, this is buffed Leech Life, because this is going to be using Gen 9 stats. That is a lot of damage. Okay, the Chandelure switch is coming then. I'm not staying in on that. We'll eat a Leech Life. Should be not very effective. Next turn we outspeed, blast this thing with a quad effective Flame Burst and we win. Unless he spored me on the switch, but why would you do that? There's no reason for him to go for Spore on the switch, so... Wormadam, another freebie for Vanillish or Chandelure. Chandelure, obviously the one who's asleep, who's not asleep even, so easy win for us. Yeah, Bianca's not really that much of a threat. On the other hand, you've got Sharon, who's kind of a bit more of a pain, but her with Wormadam, not really anything to be scared about. Ooh, HM flying. Hell yeah. I'll take it. Right, as we're about to go to our next BRB as well, so... Not bad for an hour's work. Got me head down and got going, so... Not bad. Thank you to everyone for lurking. Appreciate it. I'm going to go slightly early for the BRB because I know it's going to start in... Actually, when's it going to start? 2 minutes. Okay, I'll I'll stick around for a minute then. But yeah, so far though, things going fairly well, which scares me because things never go this well, and I don't like it. It's making me concerned. But at the same time, it's quite nice to have a nice, right now anyway, fairly simple run. So, don't want to get ahead of myself. But like, so far, pretty decent. Alright. BRB has started, so I'm gonna go and do that real quick. So, BRB everyone, back in a few. Okay. Let's go again. Of course, we've already got the encounter here on Route 6. We did it earlier, so we can't get that. And that's in fact what we got. Credilli. Tentacruel would have actually been quite interesting. At least he would have synergized well with our team. That being said, though, it would have been another water type, which is not something we wanted, so... At the same time, it would have been kind of a bad pick. But there would have been parts about having Tentacruel that would have been quite nice, so... Yeah. That is not something we want to necessarily see, though. Reshiram, although thankfully it's kind of against one of the best Pokemon we could have out against it in Starmie, so yeah, it's a neutral hit. It's not too bad though on the Scald. If it Fusion Flares me, we should be fine. Well, that was easy, wasn't it? Imagine bringing out the box legendary and then getting beaten in like 3 turns. Crazy. I feel like we've missed the fishing rod. Like, surely at this point. Also, do we have anyone who can fly? Everyone's going to be able to learn it. None of these Pokemon can fly. I'll look this up. Where do you get these fishing rod? Oh. Is there not a fishing rod in these games? You get a super rod. Is it only the super rod? Right, okay. Never mind then. So we haven't missed anything. I guess that's good to know. Nice to know it's not user error. Chandelure is the obvious choice here. Stay in here as well. Lillipup can't necessarily hit us with its main moves. Might have bite or something, but that's about it. And it's dead anyway. Ain't got shit on Chandelure. Hey, Kingler. One for ball right there. He loves Kingler. Not sure why, but he does. Staying on the Curlier as well. Can't really do much to us. I could have scolded it. Don't know why I didn't. Fine. We'll definitely go Swift now, actually, instead of Scold, just because of the evasion boost. If you don't know, Swift can't miss. Fly Aerial Ace. I'm gonna do. Why not? I'm gonna do this because I want some enjoyment. There we go. Hey, I pulled the lab. Love it. This thing may have chlorophyll, but it's not going to have anything dangerous like solar beams, so... Shouldn't have used this, actually, I just realised. The sun's up. Actually, it still did good damage, considering. If he does use Spit Up, we are a bit in trouble. Okay, so next shot knockout. I think with Swift. I think we're fine. Hey. Scientist Ron with Gothorita. Kind of an interesting Pokemon. I feel like we have... Oh, we pulled a Gothorita illustration rare somewhere. Unless I'm thinking of something else, but... I want to say it's an IR version of Gothorita. No idea what this building is either. What we got? Some sort of research lab? Okay, so they want us to go get dealing, even though that's going to be a little difficult, but we can try. Yeah, Pokédoll. Not really very useful for us right now. This is all part of Route 6 still, I believe. It really wants us to have a Cacnea, doesn't it? Go away. Power Bracer, that's not very useful either. Oh well. Sometimes it's not what you can do. You're at the mercy of whatever you get from these games. Sometimes you get a good item, sometimes you get a bad item. So far we've gotten pretty good items for most of the run, so I can't really complain. That's huge, that burn. Damn. Alright, that was very lucky. That's why I say Scold is such a good move. You could argue Scold is broken. I think many people would argue that. I do think it got nerfed somewhere along the line. I'm sure they reduced the chance to burn on it or something. Because in fairness, it was very good before. And Grottle is the Fungus as well. That's kind of cool. Love that. Also consult the town map real quick. Just to make sure we're not doing anything stupid. Yeah, this is still Route 6. Okay. Let's not speed it up. Let's just go normal speed. Why not? That guy's scary. It doesn't look like he has a plate though, so he's probably just normal type. He kind of works the same as Arceus, right? No, he's Bug something. Bug Steel, I think. Or something like that. Either way, that's not really worked out so well for him that turn. Just saw my model going crazy on the screen. What happens when I drink? My water bottle gets in the way. It makes it freak out. Oh man, you know what I was saying a minute ago about getting great items? Lefties? We're on a hell of a run of great items today. We found Life Orb, we got a second Rocky Helmet, Focus Sash, and now we get Leftovers? Oh boy. Honestly, Leftovers probably goes on Suicune, Rocky Helmet goes on someone else. That's nutty. I can't complain in the slightest about that. That's an insane item to get. One of the best nurse locking items ever, quite frankly. Especially if used in the same way as you would use like a poison strat with Protect. You can really stall people out with it. Especially on someone like Suicune, where we're not taking a huge amount of damage anyway, and then we can effectively protect ourselves from a lot of incoming damage and protect ourselves from chip damage from Sandstorm and things like that. Is Beheeyem pure psychic? I think he might be. He's also dead and forgettable. You can't tell me there's someone out there in the world that thinks that Beheeyem is the coolest Pokemon. Like, I know people say but like everyone has their favorites, right? And almost every Pokemon is someone's favorite. There ain't no way Beheeyem is someone's favorite. I don't believe it. I don't know if this is a healing house. Shiny stone. Ooh. Could be good. You never know with these randomizer runs. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Healing house. There is probably... a Basculin would be kind of shit here. I wouldn't have minded the Cubone, but... Speed this up. There's probably an item down here. That's why I'm going over. Cinccino. They actually released, is it Cinccino SIR in one of the Mega Evolution sets? That looks quite cool. Vanilluxe and Skorupi as well. That's two of our team. Or at least one corpse and one of our team. Cubone would be kind of good actually, because we have the thick club, so we can get the free attack boost on Marowak, but yeah. Alright. Into Chargestone Cave we go, I guess. Off we pop. What's the worst that can happen, right? I also love how he has the Krokorok for the cutscene, yet he doesn't have it in his battles. It doesn't pull out like a randomized Pokemon. Bulldoze! That's massive as well. That's such a good move. Free speed drop on anyone we hit with a ground type move. Hippopotamus is about to go crazy. And I suspect we can get it on someone else. Probably Suicune can learn that as well. I'd be surprised if he can't. Okay, Credilli's also learning Bulldoze. So we're getting no Hippopotamus and Credilli, I think. Takedown's just a crap move. We don't want it. It's just terrible. Get rid of it. Credilli can learn Bulldoze, though. I don't think we need it on Suicune, realistically. I think Suicune probably has enough going for him on his own that doesn't need the extra boost from that. Can we teach Stone Edge to Credilli, any chance? We actually could put... I think we do. Drop Confuse Ray and pick up Stone Edge. 80% chance to hit, but for a 100 base power move. It's not bad. Also, if I really wanted to, could run Toxic on Credilli, but... Nah. Oh, encounter. Coughing. Okay. I can't say Coughing would have been my first choice. Wheezing is kind of interesting, though. I'm not too mad about that. Also kind of glad we're not Rocky Helmet, just in case. We'll find out in a minute as well if he would have had Explosion too. Well, I say in a minute. It will actually be a little bit, because we'll have to go through Charge Stone first. But Coughing from Charge Stone Cave. Nice. If you've been paying a lot of attention, you will notice that the pacing of this game is very different to Pokemon Platinum, in the sense that a lot of the gyms come very thick and fast, and the catching of Pokemon, particularly for a Nuzlocke run. So, I mean, for a normal run, it's whatever, because, I mean, you can catch what you want. For a Nuzlocke, it's very slow and few and far between. Like, you're getting a few Pokemon every now and again, rather than some of the games. Like, Generation 4 in Platinum, you can get a team of 6 very quickly. Here, though, different story. Do we have any repels by any chance? I don't think we do. I don't think we bought any. Which is fine, we can just run through all the... Oh, we have a single repel. Did they buff them though? I swear they were only 50 steps before. That's kind of cool. We'll use one, why not? Bianca? Yeah. You have to push these. Give him a little shove. Yeah, Lucky Egg's not that useful here, to be honest. Not really that worried about it. If anything, I want less XP most of the time because of the cap. Sharp Beak, not bad for a flying type boost. We don't have a flying type though. There's a lot of items in here though. Flame Orb. Oh, that's so good for a Gutsmon if we get one. If we get a Guts Pokemon, we are set. With a Flame Orb like Conkeldurr, Machoke, Machamp, Heracross. Any other Gutsmons, we are in. If it was... It's a little bit of a shame, I will say, that it's not Poison Orb or Toxic Orb, only because if it was Toxic Orb, it would give us a little more utility with it to be able to use it on someone with Poison Heal as well. But that's fine. It's not the end of the world, but just a Poison Healer, there's probably, you know, it just expands the amount of Pokemon that we could use it on. The Flame Orb works well, though, so I can't really be mad about it. Okay, that one does not want to go that way. Doesn't want to go anyway. Okay, there we go. Weird. I don't know why I didn't go the first time. Balm mushroom. Sweet. We can also start finding wild encounters now, which we've already got our main catch, of course, so we'll just dodge all these, but it'd be interesting what we could have gotten. Snowbird. I mean, a Bomber Snow's not bad. A grass type and ice type is an interesting combination. He gets access to things like Giga Drain, guarantees hail, so he's really good for blizzarding. It's not bad. That being said, though, our Vanillish isn't too bad either. So I'm not really mad about having Vanillish. So Waddle. Not really anything to be concerned about. I think it's part grass at that point. Actually, I think the whole Livani line is part grass, so it should be killed by Aurora Beam. Yep. No, it lived. Damn. That's quite a surprise. For a level 31 Swaddle to live that is kind of insane. Wild. We do get half our HP back straight away, though, on the old leftovers recovery, so can't complain much about that, can we? This guy stood in the way. Absolute goober. Galvantula. I think you could actually find Joltik in this cave normally, so that was kind of fitting. Galvantula is another interesting one. Obviously, it's Bug Electric, which is quite a wild combo. Pretty good, honestly. He's a pretty good mon. He has access to Electro Web. Can slow people down with its various moves. Oh boy. It's a good mon. Another leftovers. Oh. Okay, we would be an absolute fool to not use both of them. So we are going to use it. Weird though that it's given two of the same item twice. That's very unusual. I wonder if I maybe didn't do something in the settings this time that I should have done. That, stop duplicate items, because I did remake the settings for this. Maybe I accidentally forgot to switch that on if it's a thing. I don't know. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but still. It's just a bit of a surprise, really. Yeah, it was me, minding my own business. And I get double leftovers and double Rocky Helmet. What's the world coming to? Next they'll be giving me double pseudo legendaries as my encounters or something. Get like a Metagross, that'd be nice. I mean, we already picked up the Seadra earlier, which is pretty good too, so... Okay, this is electric flying, so we can get it with Aurora Beam. Welcome in, Ultima. How's it going? Hello, hello. Welcome to stream. How's this Sunday treating you? Oh, you've been in here before, haven't you? Did you come in, when your account was, like, too new or something and your message got deleted? I recognize your name. Did you yeah. I feel like you may have come in when your account was too new, so Automod, like, insta-nuked you. Yeah. Thought so. It's just to stop against bots, because a lot of people will make fake bot accounts on Twitch, and then they'll spam stuff in the chat. So usually if you see an account that comes into a stream that's too new, it can be a bit sus. So it's just set up that way to stop doing it. Or to stop that happening. So. What brings you into stream today? You must be a Pokemon fan, I'm guessing. Okay, I'm assuming then that must be a WoW. We shall see. Pretty sure we have to fight N in a minute from memory, but I could be wrong. I'm a bit concerned. N is scary. He has that annoying... Well, actually, knowing his Jellicent is out front. I don't really want to use Chandelure, though. I guess we go Suicune, because I know I've got Bite. What's your favourite generation of Pokemon, Ultima? So you are a Pokemon fan. Do you have a favourite gen? I'm going to guess Generation 3. 6? Ooh. That's an unusual choice. Gen 6. Okay. Why Gen 6? What is it about X and Y that does it for you? That's quite a curious choice. You don't see many people say their favourite's Gen 6. Usually it's 1, 3... I'd say 1, 3, and 4 are probably the most popular. Megas. What's your favourite Mega? If you have one. You may not. Ah, that's annoying. One of those guaranteed Drillbur encounters over there as well. If you use repels, you can guarantee yourself Drillbur in a non-randomized game. Because you can guarantee that those dust encounters are always going to be Drillbur. No, Apricot Berry. Not that useful compared to the double leftovers and Rocky Helmet and stuff we found earlier. Okay. I kind of do wish I had more repels here, though. Get a lifesaver. That, though, I suspect is a healer. Kind of a nice thing they did in these games, adding the doctors and the nurses and things that you can just go to and then beat them in a battle and heal them. Very handy. Obviously, it'd be nice to have a PC. And it is what it is. Let's turn off the speed up as well while we're in here. It's just while we're in the cave, it's kind of a bit stodgy. I don't think one of my favourite Megas, to be honest. If I had a favourite Mega, there are some cool ones. Heracross. Again, another unusual choice. I feel like you don't see too many Mega Heracross fans.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Welcome to the lab. Mega Heracross. What would mine be if I had a favourite Mega? What is it? I'm sure there is one that I quite like. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. I would say Pinsir's kind of cool. I like Mega Pinsir. He sucks, but Mega Steelix as well is pretty cool. Visually, I like him. And then maybe Mega Aggron. Probably go with those. Some of them I don't like because they just make the Pokemon worse, like Garchomp. It's like it just makes him slower and it's not that useful. Mega Heracross, though. Kind of wild. Is there something specifically about the Heracross that are you just a big Heracross fan? Or, is like Heracross your favorite Pokemon regardless of it being a Mega? Alright, it's one of my favorites. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty unusual. You don't see many people talking about Mega Cross. It's pretty much usually Charizard, Rayquaza. Oh, Terrakion, great. Charizard, Rayquaza, maybe Salamence. kind of are the big ones that I usually see. Lucario sometimes. Recently, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Actually, I don't know if there's any of the newer ones that are considered really good that people like in the new game, Legend ZA. There probably are, but I don't know what the popular ones are out of that game. Ooh, Archeops. Archeops can be kind of annoying, actually, I think, from what I remember. I don't think it's that good, but I think it has some annoying qualities to it. We actually have another Heracross fan in the stream normally as well, and Bevan, who's a big fan of Heracross. I don't think you see it today, but he's a big Heracross person as well. I do like Heracross. I'm not sure he's up in my favorites, but he's definitely one that I quite like. And if I ever am lucky enough to get him randomly on a randomizer like this, then we're always pretty happy with it. In fact, for this run, I'd actually be really happy getting a Heracross because we have a Flame Orb. If it was Guts Heracross, well, that'd be a spicy Pokemon to run. Constantly burned Guts Heracross would be insane. Be very happy with that. I'm gonna go that other way now. I'm kind of curious as to what was up there, as to whether it was just an item or if it's a way out. Get the old speed back on. So, it doesn't say it in the title or anything, but this run that we're doing right now is a randomizer hardcore Nuzlocke of Pokemon Black 2. Black 2? Black 1. As part of an ongoing series where we're playing through all of the generations back to back to go through, or at least the ones that we can randomize easily enough, and playing through them all on a randomizer run, of which afterwards we're going to do a long challenge when we get all the way through to the more recent games, and then we're going to go and play all the games back to back, doing Nuzlockes in all of them, and if we fail in one, we have to restart from the beginning of Generation 1 again. So we have to basically climb the whole ladder of all of the gens. So there must be a hidden item here. Mega Axel? Axel. That must be a typo, right? Absol, maybe? And it got typoed? Or auto-corrected or something? See what that is out of interest on the dig encounter. If it's still there when we get back. Ah, he's gone. Mega Axel. Out of interest as well, how do you find the channel? Were we just looking for the Pokemon categories and you found us, or you, I don't know, appeared on recommended or something? A new one? Axel. I'm trying to think what Axel is. We'll look at what legends are in ZA and see maybe I'm just being dumb. Raichu, Clefable, Victreebel, Starmie, Dragonite. There's the new Absol, which that could be it. I get Heatran. Oh yeah, I remember that's the thing, Heatran. Oh, Absol. Okay, yeah, it just got auto-corrected. Okay. Some of these I haven't seen, actually. Mega Barbaracle? What? Mega Crabominable. Galysopod? Damn. I didn't even know half these existed. Mega Glamora? Mega Bank Scout? Oh, damn. These must be newer ones in the other DLCs or something. Or updates or whatever. Mega Absol. Yeah, the new one does look quite cool. I kind of like the way that with the Absols they did. The first one is like the light Absol, where it's kind of the white angelic looking one with the kind of angel wings. And then the new Absol is like very dark and kind of demonic. Pretty cool the way they did that. The variety in the two forms is quite cool. It's more interesting than some where it's kind of just like two forms that are slightly different. I like the way that they did very opposite ways of doing it. Need to be careful here with Suicune about over leveling. Okay. One shot on Bulbasaur. If we don't, I'll be very surprised. I'm very surprised. How did we not one-shot Bulbasaur? That's kind of shocking. Surely this one-shot's the Beautifly, though. Yeah, there we go. Good lad, Suicune. Now get to the back of the party. We don't want you to overlevel. Put Cradilly up front. We haven't used that for a while. It's also got the new move Bulldoze as well, which is good. Mankey's kind of scary. I mean, we're bulky, but being a fighting type is not great. Switch to Chandelure, I think. Hopefully he goes for a fighting type move and then misses because it can't hit me. Screech. Okay. Yeah, we could have stayed in after all. Great. Be very surprised if this doesn't one-shot against a Mankey, though. From Chandelure. Just as expected. Drowsy. Oh boy. Gets to knock out one of my least favorite Pokemon. Absolutely loathe Drowsy. And he's been one-shotted. Good. Get out of here. Get out of here, Drowsy. Stupid Mon. Probably an item down here. Yeah, there is indeed. Scramble again. Scramble, mate. Hate to break it to you. Nobody really likes you. And immediately we get into another... Oh, Dewott! Damn. Then we can't catch that. That would have been cool. Another sharp beak. That's another duplicate item. What's happening with the dupes? So, we established, of course, earlier, Ultima, that you were one of the people who got caught by the bot because the account was new. Is that just because you're new to Twitch, or have you just made a new account from, like, but have been on here for a while? Just out of interest. Oh, that's gonna be Gramble again. Had to lose my mind. The density of the wild encounters in here is kind of crazy. Like a whole new area. Which now makes me question, is N in a dead end, or is this like... Let me run, please, thank you. Maybe I shouldn't run greedily up front. Well, I say that, it's not that slow. Ooh! That would have been kind of cool. Please let me run. Come on. The Gengar. Poison Barb is fine as an item, it's not crazy though. Normally this on my phone, but because of my old phone it didn't work no more, I had to get a new phone. Okay. You like lose the account information or something, so you couldn't just log in. I think I've done that before. Or I'll change devices, but I always have it to like auto sign in. Finding all kinds of stuff in here now. Damn. How can I not run away from this Cryogonal? What the fuck is going on? Come on. Took like 5 turns of trying to run to get away from that. That's insane. I'll actually go face N now. I don't know how we got past this person the first time as well without triggering the fight, but we ain't doing it again. Kind of ashamed that Dunsparce isn't a normal dragon type, because it'd be quite easy of a fight if it was. At least he didn't have a chance to glare me. Most annoying part. Oh, nice. Rayquaza. Oh, scary. I'm not taking the risk that he is faster than me. So let's just switch out. There's no point risking that. If he'd hit that Hyper Voice, we were screwed. Rest. He could get hit by Stone Edge for an ungodly amount of damage though if we land it. And we missed. 80% chance to hit. Can we hit second turn? Yeah, we can. It didn't do that much. And he's rested again. Okay. Alright, Mr. Quasar. Calm down. Calm down with the resting. You're in the middle of a battle here. That was nearly bad. nearly bad, but not as bad as it could have been. So that's scary if we can't run away first try. Okay. Go back to this when we're not traversing the cave. Oh, why we get access to mirror shot doesn't really make sense to me, considering we're an ice cream, but also a reminder to anyone who may or may not be in the stream, if you do want to go and support for free on another platform, you can also watch on YouTube, where you can watch both streams at the same time, watch one and not the other, do whatever you want. But there's a link at the top of the chat where if you want to, you can go across to the other and watch on there as well. Called Barleon, oh boy. Chandler is the option here because he's steel and fighting. So in theory, we're kind of a hard counter to him. Especially if he goes takedown, we should be able to get maybe a one-shot. Metal Claw might hurt though. Okay, we're good. That was a crit and it did barely anything, so... Coming from a Cobalion, a critical hit doing 12 damage is kind of insane. I mean, I know it's not very effective, but still. That's such little damage. I'm a bit concerned by our lack of hyper potions as of right now though, but... we'll be okay, maybe. Who knows? Speed up again until we get to our next battle. Otherwise we'll be here all night. Right. I don't want to fight N again. I think I'll probably need to use our boy Suicune up front though as well, because I want to use Vanillish Chandelure in the fight. The problem we're using Chandelure in the fight is his Jellicent is really quite good against us, so I don't know if I want to stay in on that. Yeah, more wasted healing items. Arena trap. Okay, Vanillish is coming out of the front slot, I know that much. We ain't staying down on this anymore. Probably gonna... I guess maybe we do run Chandelure up front. Actually, Hippopotas could be good against Jellicent. Yeah, this is the other part of Charged Sun Cave as well we couldn't get through. Nice, we're in the full circle moment. This little guy evolved to Hippowdon as well, that'd be huge. Why is there always another trainer? Feel a bit sorry for that Mareep, but, you know, it is what it is. I was banking on the slam missing as well, though. I did think if we got hit by a crit, we might be in a bit of trouble, but we risked it, and it kind of paid off. Just. Okay. thing I'm scared about against N is if that Jellicent has Scald, we might be in a small spot of bother. I'm a little concerned about that. Alright, game on. Again, we fought N. I think this is the third fight against N today, isn't it? Or is it the second one? I can't remember. We fought him before, though. Let's do it. And he leads Palpitoad, not Jellicent this time. Yay. Well, I actually prepped for it. What a pain. Sadly, we don't have a grass type really to do. I mean, we do have the Cradily, but it's not really that good against it. So I guess Starmie probably has to come in here. And annoyingly now we're going to get Sandstormed and he isn't. He also could have Water Absorb. Or Dry Skin. So kind of going to force me into Swift probably. Which I don't want, but we'll try Scald, but in... Okay, it does land. Neutral then. Okay, I did more damage than I thought it would. Mud Shot missing would have been really nice, but that's fine. Speed Drop's annoying because of how, like, generally fast Starmie is, but... Gonna Scald again, hope we outspeed. We do! Nice! We have got to hope that -1 doesn't hurt us, though, because it does have potential to be kind of bad, depending on what happens. Watch the Jellicent come out now. Shaman. Okay, and this thing's obviously a grass type. Gives us a free switch into Chandelure. Or, of course, we could have switched into our other boy, Vanillish. Odd Chandelure, though, is the choice for right now. Eats the hit nicely. Sandstorm comes out. Chandelure one-shots because we probably outspeed. No, we don't, actually. One of the few times Chandelure has been outrun by something. This thing is a fast mon, though, to be fair. Oh, okay. Sandstorm will knock it out. Huge. Bronzor. Okay. Now his team's looking more normal again. He's going to have... Well, I would assume Bronzor and Jellicent, but... We'll see, I guess. Garbodor. Okay. I don't really want to stay in on this, so I think it's probably the switch to Hippopotas now that works. Staying in against that thing is just asking for trouble, just in case. Find out if he's faster or not. I probably should have used Yawn. I should think I might next turn. I'm glad he's got rid of his Jellicent, though. Because we fought against that thing twice, and it's been very annoying both times. Actually, you know what? Let's just go dig, because I think we knock him out if we land a good dig against him, and then he gets double Sandstorm chip. I think he actually gets knocked out, because Bulldoze nearly did half. Right as a break starts as well. There goes Garbodor. Aftermath hits anyway, but it's fine because Hippopotas takes him down. And that gives us the win over N. Team Plasma N has been defeated. GG. Alright, let's go to BRB real quick before the final hour, and then we'll carry on after that. So BRB, everyone, back in just a minute. Welcome back, Shags. I return with somber news. Argentina lost 1-0. Oh no. What a shame. Anyway, you know who hasn't lost? Us. We're still winning, thankfully. As we reach the final hour of the day. Has been a lot more of a stable performance today in comparison to the last black and white stream. And also the first black and white stream, which was the last black and white stream. Total gunslingers don't lose ever. Yeah. Except in Pokemon Platinum, apparently. That one we lose all the time. I'm home, we're in the rain. It's like a natural habitat for me. Yay! Buy some more, buy some Ultra Balls, buy another 15, or not. Buy some more potions as well, just in case we need them. 20 of them. Platinum kind of hated us. Platinum was horrible. There's no other way of describing it. Platinum was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Move deleter. Okay, no, I don't want you. The run's been going fairly well though so far, Shags, I gotta say. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it's been going pretty well. It's Skylar! And some geezer, I don't know who this is. Oh, is this... Oh, this is Professor Juniper's dad. Ah. Dex has been upgraded. That's kind of cool. I still feel kind of rough. I will say my voice is holding up probably better than I thought it was going to. At least in comparison to the last time I streamed with a slightly dodgy throat. So... that's good. We'll wait and see tomorrow though. If I wake up tomorrow and my voice is completely knackered, then that won't be good. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes, but I'm hopeful. There are really no items hidden back here. Weird. Why have all this area if there's no item hidden here? Fingers crossed. If it is actually the case where my voice is knackered tomorrow, I'll be the first one to be disappointed because I just don't want to take another breakaway right now. Breakaways from the stream are generally just bad for me. Not for like myself, but like they just kill all the momentum we have. And whenever I take a breakaway, the stream always kind of just dies overnight, so... oh yeah, I never like taking the breaks away. Obviously some circumstances are slightly different, but that's our third sharp beat now. Some circumstances are different, but... yeah, a lot of the time I don't really like taking the time away. And I think some of that, especially with the amount of time that I was gone earlier in the year, like, anything that could help with that? No. Sadly, there's nothing that can help with that, Shags. I wish there was, but essentially what it comes down to is that, I don't have the same luxuries that some streamers have when it comes to things like that, where they could just disappear randomly, and the second that they come back, everybody just comes back like normal. I've never really had that luxury, where every time I do the similar thing, we lose like 50% of the community who forget I exist, I guess. So yeah, sadly I've never had that luxury to be able to go away for vacation, not think about it, come back and act like nothing had changed, you know? So there isn't really anything that like you can do about it. It's basically just like people just need to reappear basically if I do. You know? Which has kind of been the struggle of 2026 so far, is like it's been difficult keeping people here. Maybe that's some of Twitch, maybe that's some of me, I don't know. Maybe it's a combination of both. I mean, sometimes I just sit here on like days like today, right? Today's been dead quiet. Kind of same as last Sunday as well, so I hope that doesn't become a trend. So, but today's been like dead quiet. I hope it doesn't become a day where Sundays are dead quiet, because Sunday traditionally has been one of the better days of the week. But it, like on a day like today, I sometimes have to just look at it and be like, am I just fucking the most boring person on Twitch or something, you know? Like, I think sometimes people don't think that it's the case that people think about stuff like that, but I have to ask those questions sometimes and be like, am I actually just the most boring person on the platform? How does the rotation work? Okay, there we go. No. Cloister switched in. God, this is such an awkward fight. These rotator battles are really just not very interesting, I'll be honest. Whole model is cruel. It's a work you can never feel comfortable enough to leave for fair reasons, pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's essentially, when it comes to me taking a break away from stream, it's more because I'm forced to than because I take a choice, generally. I mean, sometimes, like, you know, obviously when I went on vacation earlier in the year, it was a choice, but... like, I also, at the same time, need to take time away every now and again for my own sanity, but don't feel I can a lot of the time. Because I know that there's... This is the thing, right? I know that there's, like, a number of you that will always kind of be around. Which is great, right? But... at the same time, it's like... there's also the damage that it does whenever I do step away. I think if you actually stay up on there long enough, you fall off because you lose your balance. Could be wrong there. Reason paid leave is something workers fight hard for. Yeah, not wrong. Yeah. It's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of what you say, Shags. Is it's like it's a bit of a curse in many ways. Because as you say, you can't really like step away from it. I was talking to someone the other day when I went to my grandparents' anniversary thing, and they were asking like, oh, what do you do and that stuff, and I kind of like, I wasn't really going to explain it. I was like, oh, I just do stuff on the internet. They were like, oh, and then someone kind of went, oh, he streams. I was like, oh, here we go. I had to explain it to them, and they were like, oh, that must be really cool, you know, doing something that you enjoy. And I was like, yeah, but also it kind of blurs the lines between like something that you do because you enjoy and something you make money from, where it vastly changes how you view it because of that. And they kind of couldn't wrap their head around that at all, that like it's a kind of completely different ball game if there's something that you do even just kind of for fun that you also earn money from. Especially in the current day and age. I farm Aura, yeah. So, yeah, it was kind of a weird conversation, because, like, I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand the mentality that it actually kind of can make it less enjoyable, because you can't really do it for fun anymore, necessarily. Or you can, but, like, in doing it for fun, there's always other things you have to consider. You know? Oh, minimize, really? And I've just got rid of my army into the box as well that has a move that guarantees hits, so... The fact that we just hit those rollouts on a double minimize is insane. I'm amazed at that. I'm very lucky with that one. Yeah, as I say, it's like, it's a... Have we got a wild mon from here yet? I'm gonna run because I'm not sure what route this is, but we'll go and get the next... I just want to go double check real quick. When it comes to it, you kind of have to do it thinking about the RI performance shit. There wouldn't be a factor on hobby. Yeah. But then at the same time, you'll get a lot of people that will be like, don't look at your numbers. I think 9 times out of 10, also, if you get people that will say that, like streamer people, I'll say like, don't look at the numbers. Hey, Machamp is what we're getting in. But you'll get people that will say, don't look at the numbers, don't do this, don't do that. I think a lot of the people that say that do it as well. I think what people should actually say is just don't obsess over it if you can afford to. Because obsessing over it just kind of ruins you, and it ruins a lot of the fun. Oh, that's gonna hurt. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, it's just a weird thing to talk about, I guess. I think a lot of people view it as like quite a controversial thing on Twitch to talk about like analytics and stuff. You'd say when you're expensive to care for? I mean, yeah, true. Or the other thing as well is I find a lot of the people that say those types of things generally are someone who's kind of out of touch with the rest of reality when it comes to the thing they're talking about. It's No Guard Machamp, which is actually kind of nutty. I was hoping for Guts, but No Guard is good. Like, you'll get... one thing that I'll find is there... so there was someone before who I used to be friends with, who I'm no longer friends with. Someone who I used to be friends with on Twitch, who was someone who was always like... one of those people who tried to be like ultra positive about everything when it came to like stream stuff, right? And like was always one of those people who if you ever talked to them about it, it'd always be like no, it's not your fault, it's just the time of year, it's just the time of day, it's just like something, you know, like one of those. That shaggy dog fellow can't stand that git. No, I can't either, but but no, it's like they would kind of always try and be like very kind of like, you know, nice about stuff like that. The problem is though, what you realize with that type of thing is the reality for that person and the reality for me was drastically different. Where like the reality for that person is they could sit there and drop a thing on stream that said that was like a dono goal that was, guys, pay for my holiday. And within a week or 2 weeks, people would have paid 2 grand to them so they could go on vacation. And they have, you know, countless amounts of cult-like viewers, quite frankly, who are practically obsessed with their every word. You know, and it kind of creates this weird, like, situation of, like, I shouldn't really bother listening to anything from them, because it's like, it's kind of, you're getting information from someone who can't possibly understand the situation because they're so far removed from it, you know? It's like when you get people that do that thing where they'll be like, I understand, you know, when you get like a politician or someone will go, we understand life is hard, we're all struggling, and it's like, bruv, you make like 10 times the amount of most other people, shut the fuck up. You obviously don't know what it's like. You know, you'll get like one of those big things, or like a, you know, big CEO type person that will be like, we know everyone's struggling, and it's like, no you don't, you don't care. You don't care, bruv, you've got your fucking classic car collection with 20 cars in, you don't give a shit. You're so far removed. Thoughts and prayers, yeah. The thing, this is my thing, right? Thoughts and prayers is a great thing, and while I appreciate the fact that people care in a lot of cases and want to do the whole thoughts and prayers thing, my general attitude that's kind of shifted over the last few years, and it's kind of a sad way to talk about it, is thoughts and prayers don't do shit. Right? Thoughts and prayers are nice, and I appreciate people saying them, and kind of being like, you know, oh, I feel for you and whatever. But at the same time, it doesn't do anything. And in some situations, it's obviously less egregious than others. But in some situations, people will say it, and it's just like the most unhelpful thing in the world. Especially when it's in situations where there's someone who could actually do something, and they just choose not to. You know? Like, it's one of those things where people can do what they want, obviously, in life, but it always kind of irks me when people will say something, but just, like, either immediately goes back on it, or just could do something that's very, like, low effort, really easy, but just won't. You know? Like, I've said about it before with, like, the sponsors, where we've done, like, some of the Twitch sponsors. And, like, there are people who I know will go into the Discord afterwards where I'll say, like, thanks to everyone who's gone and done the sponsor and all that. And they'll react to all the posts, and then they'll come into stream and act like they were one of the people who did it. And I know for sure they're not one of the people who actually did any of the sponsor stuff. You know? And they're kind of just like, oh, I wish I could do something to help. And it's like, I mean, you could. You could play the game for the sponsor if you wanted to. You just choose not to. And it's like, that's fine. You don't have to. But kind of don't come in and be all like, yeah, guys, let's go get the sponsor, let's do it. And it's like, you could if you wanted to. You know? Speaking of which, I miss a good sponsor. I'll be honest, Shags, mate, so do I. Because sponsors actually paid me. Twitch does not. Oh, fuck's sake. Nice. Critical hit, Leaf Blade. Vanillish gets nuked. Oh, that's such a disappointment. That's our second loss of the day. First one for ages, because we got hit by a critical hit, Leaf Blade. Yeah, sadly, I don't know if we'll ever have another sponsor, which is, to be honest, catastrophic for me. Again, this is what, like, one of those things where it comes down to one of those, depends who you are and what situation you're in. For me, those sponsors were an absolute lifesaver. Of course, he uses a water move. We have to one-shot him now. Swaggery outspeed. Nice. Those sponsors were an absolute lifesaver because they were... I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Those sponsors, in most years, were something like 3/4 or more of the revenue the entire channel generated in a year, and we get it within a month. So it allowed us to do fun things and get fun things, like the model and stuff like that last year, or do the Pokemon streams of the past. They've happened because of the sponsors, because we were able to do well off them. And in saying that, right, I never made crazy amounts of money off any of those sponsors we ever did. I did pretty well for myself and for the size of the channel we were, but never once did I get anywhere near the numbers that, of course, some people would. Because, I mean, there are some people out there that will make 5-6 figures from a sponsor easily. I never got, you know, I never hit those numbers, obviously. But I did decently for myself on those. That's our first wanted death of the day as well, by the way. That's the first one where it's not been like a we have to sacrifice someone, which is really annoying. And it's our ice type. Thankfully, Suicune can kind of cover that role, but that's still a bit of a pain in the ass. Last one didn't work out, but most did, right? Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm not allowed to talk about this stuff, I don't think, because it's in the contracts of the things, because they just don't let you doing this type of thing. To give you an idea of how different things are compared to the last one we did with... actually, what would that be? Yeah, compared to a moderately successful one. Moderately successful being actually lower than we do on some of them, but like still to a point where you see how well you did and go, oh, not bad, right? And I would say that we did, on the last one, we did 20 times worse. So, as I say, what I mean when I say that is, we did 20 times more revenue on basically all of the old sponsors than we did on the new one. Now, albeit it was region locked as well to some degree, which did affect things. Oh, this is a free encounter as well. It was somewhat region locked, which did have a bearing on things, admittedly. However, I know, it's still a bit of a kick in the teeth. 20x? Yeah, that was the difference between the previous one and this one. I mean, this one, honestly, this one probably doesn't matter, because it's like, honestly, who gives a fuck anyway? And at this point, stream elements, like, stream elements seem cooked. I don't know. I made like 50 quid on the last sponsor we did. So there you go. The free cash sponsor, I made 48 quid or something. You can do the maths if you want to figure out what I was talking about as a moderately decent one. But that's the difference between the more recent one and ones we've done in the past, which meant that those ones in the past allowed me to do a lot more things that I would have wanted to do, purely because we had the financial freedom to do it. 2026, though, I'll be honest, we don't have that anymore. I mean, 2026 at this point, when it comes to like the stream itself, the stream barely covers its own bills at this point, and then that's about it. Which I have said before, that if the stream ever gets to a point of break even or lower, then I actually may just say fuck it and just quit, because what's the point? Like at that point, if it becomes more expensive to run the stream than becoming self-sufficient, it becomes a question of why am I wasting my time, you know? And that's not just because of like it's all about the money, but I mean is in the sense of if I'm just hemorrhaging money by putting it into the stream constantly, it's not something I necessarily want to do in the current climate of the world, as you can imagine. I don't just want to keep putting money into things that I'm not going to find some kind of value out of, you know? Amount could keep things running for a while, yeah, and it did, in a lot of cases. It meant that I didn't have to think about cost-cutting things like getting rid of the Spotify and stuff like that, you know? Reasonable in terms of mental health as well. Yeah. Well, see, it's come at a bad time, right? I'm not one of these people who's going to come on and, like, bitch and moan on Twitter and be like, guys, feel sorry for me. It's come at a pretty bad time as well, because on top of that, I have 2 members of my family that have terminal cancer that probably have less than a year to live. One of them including my dad. And it's like, so in the middle of all of this stuff happening where things have kind of fallen off a cliff, I've also got to deal with life problems throwing shit at me as well. And it's like, not the time for it, you know? Honestly, I genuinely, I say this now, I don't know how I'm not anywhere near as depressed as I was a couple of years ago right now. I genuinely don't know. I think maybe it's kind of got to that point where it's like, because of how shit everything's been for the last maybe 5 years, my brain is at this point so mentally broken that it doesn't even register how shit everything is anymore, and it almost doesn't bother me. Which is crazy to think about, if that's actually the case. But that's the way it feels. Not to mention, you also need to sound sad enough, yeah. Like, it's just one of those things, right? It's... oh, fuck's sake. It's just, I don't know. Something that I wish had continued on for longer until I was in a position where I could deal with these things easier without worrying about everything else. But obviously on top of that, I've got, let's say, the IRL life responsibilities, but then I've also got other people to think about, right? You know? Because I've got to think about the possibility and the prospect of looking after and, you know, doing things with people that will need me a lot more than they do now. You know? And it's just... It's frustrating in many ways because it feels like everything has kind of slammed the door in my face at the same time. And it's kind of felt a little bit like that's been happening for years, where things have kind of gone that direction. But as I say, you had that, and then you had a situation of people doing the whole, like... oh, everything will be fine, don't worry. You know? And then whilst all this is going on, I also then look at it and just go, am I the most boring fucker on Twitch, you know? So it's like, at that point, it's like someone left the community at one point because of this as well. Do you know, actually, I don't even care anymore. I've always, like, said I'm not going to say the thing. I'm just going to say it at this point because I don't even care. Onyx, Bruised his friend, left the community because I was depressed and didn't listen to his fucking mental health advice. Because I didn't ask for it and I didn't want it. Because he tried to tell me how I should live my life. And he got really pissed because I didn't listen to him, and so he had a little crying fit and fucked off. This is the shit I deal with. A whole member of the community who, not that this is necessarily relevant, but in this case was someone who was a pretty generous member of the community when it came to the finance side of Twitch, which was quite nice, I'm not gonna lie, and helped with a lot of buying the Pokemon stuff, had a hissy fit because he wanted to rule my fucking life as well as his own. And he didn't like the fact that I didn't want to listen to his opinion when I didn't ask for it. Because again, he isn't someone who lives in my situation. He doesn't know half the things that I do, or half the things that I have or have been through in my life. And I don't want to fucking hear it from someone if I haven't asked. By all means, add, like, helpful advice at times from people. That's great. But if you don't ask for something, I don't fucking want it. Especially from someone who constantly was going on about going on holiday and making a new bank job and making so much money. Great, good for you, buddy. Fucking happy for you. I wish I had those fucking luxuries too. It's no wonder I'm fucking depressed half the time. Like, Jesus Christ. You know? Like... I don't know, it just fucking annoys me, dude. But it's like, this is the shit that, like, I apparently deal with on Twitch that no one else seems to. Unless maybe that's just me being, like, you know... being the victim, some people would say. Like, I had someone who left the community because I was fucking depressed. And because I didn't want to listen to their advice about being depressed. Coming from someone who I don't know if they ever were or not, but they just wanted to tell me about what I should be doing. And didn't like the fact that I was not in a good headspace. And in some cases, talked down to myself. What the fuck do you expect from me, bro? That's what I used to think. Like, what do you expect from me at that point? As someone who lived in the situation that I was in. And people expect me to be all happy and fucking cheery all the time. Of course that's not gonna happen. You know? People aren't always available for our trauma, and you can't buy that. Like, the thing is, when it comes to stuff like that, if someone wants me to do something, like, talk to them about something or do things for them, by all means. If it's someone I actually care about and I'm interested in like some sense, I will help people out. Right? I'm one of those people who, like, I will go to the fucking ends of the earth for some people. Right? That's just how it is. That's if someone wants something. If someone doesn't want it and they don't want me to do anything, I'm probably not going to. Because at that point, you respect the fact that they want to do whatever it is they're dealing with themselves, and you just let them go. And if they want something, they can come speak to me, and they know they can. They can say, Mr. Streamer Man. Oh, nice. My champ's about to die. No, he isn't. But they can say, Mr. Streamer Man, can you talk to me about this thing? It's like, sure. But yeah. It annoys me when people overreach on things like that. You know? Sometimes the best you can do for someone struggling is give them space to vent. I learned that a lot this year. An incident happened earlier in the year, which a lot of us know about. I mean, I talked to you about a lot, Shags. You know about a lot of this. And the thing that I had to do after that was I had to take a step back and give a lot of space. And you know what? It was a very good decision. Some people, though, can't wrap their head around that is the case, that sometimes people need that or sometimes people want it. And I think for a while I didn't really understand that all that much in some cases, because I was like, wow, why doesn't the person not want to talk to me? But it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, giving people space in their own terms. Yeah, if you just like ignore someone, then different, isn't it? But I don't know, man. I think for me, it's like, I look at the whole Twitch thing since I started, and I can't help but somewhat look at my if you look at my overall, like, track record and that over the years, I can't help but look at my, like, full-on record since I started streaming in 2021 and go, I feel like I'm the only person on the planet that, like, half of this shit has ever happened to, you know? Like, I look at it and I'm like, I swear like half the other people I know have never had any of these problems before that I've currently got to deal with when it comes to this stuff. Like having someone who gets annoyed because I'm depressed. You know, and then like it has a baby rage moment and leaves the community because of it. And it's like, brother, I don't know what to tell you, but like, fucking grow up. You ain't always gonna get your way in life. You know. So if anyone's ever wondering where did that guy go, there you go. I actually probably wouldn't have even noticed if I hadn't talked to Bruise about it. Because I asked Bruise and I was like, oh, is this guy like, is he mad at me or something? He was like, yep. Like, oh, why? He was like, oh, and he gave me like some reasons as to why, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes no sense to me at all, but all right. Like, I mean, the reasoning like that he gave me was, you know, it made sense in terms of it was like legible, but like the actual reasoning for it, I don't think was like much of anything of substance, to be honest. So I was just like, okay. I was like, worth saying anything to him? He was like, nope. He's one of those people who, when he's decided something, he's just gone and he will never come back. I was like, alright then. And that was it. Went from someone who I thought was pretty cool and was part of the stream for a while to someone I was never going to talk to ever again, had no interest in anymore very, very quickly. Just the way it is, isn't it? Honestly, at that point, I don't even miss... Okay, at least it's coughing that got pursued. Not really that bummed out about that. It's a shame, but yeah. Dude, this tower has been a bad omen for us. How have we not fought some of these people? Oh my lord. Cherim. At least we have Chandelier. Yeah, I don't know, man. I find it I think to some degree it's why, like, over the last few years, I've kind of looked at things very differently, and I'm kind of just, like, very disillusioned about stuff these days, and I just kind of, quite frankly, in a lot of cases, I just don't care anymore when it comes to many things. You know? And it's, like, I've been around the block when it comes to, like, the Twitch stuff. And unless something actually happens, I have no faith in anything happening anymore. To the point where, you know, like, when you'll see people a lot that will do, like, the whole, oh, I love, you know, I'll be here. You'll talk about on, like, a day kind of like this, where you're like, yeah, this thing's kind of not doing so well right now. But, like, I'll always be here. Until someone actually proves that they will be, I don't believe them anymore. Because at this point, it's just too many people over the years have just been like, yeah, this is the coolest place ever, and I love this stream so much. And then it's like they disappear for 5 years, you know? And it's like, that's cool, but I don't know, feel a bit hard done by it, you know? Maybe that's just me, but like, there's certain times where it's like people will just say things and I just don't believe them at all. It's like that. There's a few times where this has happened where someone will come in, they'll be like, I'll come back next stream and I'll drop my prime, and I just think, no you won't. No you won't. I literally know you won't do that, because no one ever does. Everybody says it, not a single person has ever done it. That's a bit sad though. I mean, it is, because I essentially have no faith in anyone to do anything anymore. But that's more just because that's how I've been conditioned to be at this point. Right? Because again, that's just the way things have been, right? And the thing is, right, this community and a lot of you guys have been incredibly good to me over the last few years, and you've done a lot for me, right? Like, the reason I still do this shit, even though sometimes I tear my hair out playing these fucking games, is pretty much because there is still a number of good ones amongst you who are still here, right? But, that being said, it's still a kick in the teeth every now and again when certain things happen, you know? And it's like, because of the amount of, like, experiences I've had with people and situations when it comes to stream that are bad rather than good, I don't look at it in, like, a positive sense anymore. You know? Like, my framing of the whole, like, Twitch streaming sphere is just like, it's all just kind of bad. Which is why for a while I was so, like, hot on the YouTube stuff, and when I was saying, like, wow, it's actually crazy to see, like, things progressing, it feels like when I was an affiliate again. Because here on Twitch, things have been... I mean, if you want to look at, like, the last couple of years, things have been incredibly stagnant for me, if not going backwards, for about 2 years now. For whatever reason. We find new people come to the community, it gets to the end of the year. Some new people leave, some new people stay, some old people leave, some old people stay, you know? So we get, like, a weird mix of, like, every year the great exodus of the community, right? Which, again, is another one of those things that I would say it's like, I don't seem to see for anyone else, but only seems to happen to me, apparently. I don't see any of the other streamer friends complaining about the mass exodus of the community at the end of the year, but it seems to happen to me every year like fucking clockwork. It's almost like someone rings a bell one day and they go, right guys, new year, time to fuck off and find someone else, and I just never see half the people from the stream ever again. And a lot of them will be people that are like big members of the stream as well, or at least that's the time of year when everything seems to happen, you know? Like, there's a lot of people over the years that we've lost from this community that I feel like were big people that were, like, really... would have been big cornerstones of the community in many ways. Whether they be for various reasons, whether they just left, or they're people who, you know, moved on in life or whatever. It's a shame that there's a number of people that I can think of who became part of the community for, in some cases, a brief period, that I feel like could have gone on to become great regular members of the community, you know, or were for a while. Kind of a lull. It's not even a lull, to be honest, Shags. It's just everything's just gone backwards, to be honest. Like, one of the things that I've always struggled with, no matter what, when it comes to Twitch, is getting new people to come into the stream and stay. Because I don't have... I've said this many a time, and some people have disagreed with me, but I feel like at this point it's just a given fact, because it's been 5 years of it. I don't have the appeal of many people to instantly click on the stream, come in and go, wow, this guy's the coolest person ever, I love them so much. I'm the type of person that people probably find as more of a niche, and people need to warm up to first. I'm not someone generally in life who's naturally likable right off the rip. And a lot of that is probably because I'm not as kind of like fake friendly as many people are. I'm kind of more realistic about things, and I'm more sort of generally honest in life than just kind of like, you know, BSing my way for everything. Not that everybody does, but some people do. And some of that's changed over the years, because like there are people who used to hang around in this community that I didn't like. And it was always kind of one of those things where it was always vaguely annoying when they came in, because I was like, oh, I'll deal with this person today, fuck. You know? Alright, we switched to Hippowdon. Oh, we're shadow tagged. Oh, GG. Machamp's about to die. Yeah, we're just screwed. Machamp can't survive this. He's not very effective. I mean, the only thing that maybe saves him is his moves aren't very effective and we don't get countered, but we probably will. I mean, we'll have to just go for Seismic. If we go Seismic Toss, we kill ourselves, so if he counters. No switch possible? No, we're shadow tagged, so we can't switch. It's the ability of why not. This is awkward. I mean, this is GG for Machamp, I think. There's literally nothing I can really do other than if he doesn't counter. The only thing I can think that maybe works is I get 2 Seismic Tosses off and maybe kill it, but I don't think that's going to work. I mean, we literally have to, there's no other choice, but I think we die here with Machamp. There's counter. I mean, there's literally no... At that point, with the situation there of Machamp being in, there's literally nothing we can do. There's no option of, like, maybe it's a 50-50 because we hit a special move and he, you know, goes for a thing and we're safe there. It's basically just we hit him and we die if we don't one-shot him. Which even with a crit on any move we had, we wouldn't have one-shot him. Because it's a not very effective fighting move against a psychic type. So, yeah. Not great. That's pretty rough. And now we have to fight this guy, who I don't really want to fight, because I wanted to skip him, but oh well. The fake friendly is in fact a thing. Oh, yeah, very much so. I know it's a thing. I just don't have time for that. I don't have time for that, and I don't have time to pretend to be anywhere near interested in that these days either. I just kind of fuck off into my corner, and if people want to come talk to me and be friends with me, then great. If people don't, then meh, it's whatever. You know? As I kind of said earlier, like, with all the stuff that's going on as of late and has been going on for a while, I don't have enough time in the day to worry about fake bullshit antics on Twitch anymore. Or the internet in general. I spent a very long time while I was around a lot more other people playing mental chess with other people's communities. These days I can't be fucked with it anymore. It's exhausting. It's also exhausting being the person that everyone comes to or came to talk shit about other people as well. That was kind of wild. Like, if I actually, like, said all of the stuff that I've heard over the years, of course, a lot of this is, like, stuff that happened in VCs, so if I said it, no one would believe me. But, the amount of things that I could drop as, like, pearls of wisdom on stream from people that you think are friends that don't like each other, oh boy. I could get myself in some trouble real quick. There's a number of people who, many of us know, who do not like each other, who pretend to be friends for the purposes of mutual benefit and things like that. I mean, I've said before, there's someone I know of who lied about a charity stream and pocketed the money for themselves. That's another one. And I know they did that for a fact. There's a lot of stuff that I know about, that shady shit that people have done behind the scenes that I've been shown proof of or have seen myself. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, you kind of, after a while of being like the person who's sort of in everyone's communities and is someone who like most people tended to get on with, you see a lot of that stuff, and I just don't have time for it anymore. I have no interest in people's drama anymore. I have enough shit to deal with in my own life to not worry about other people's problems anymore. What am I missing? There's obviously something here that I need to do. But what? Ah, there's this other side on the cannon. I'm being stupid. The ugly shit. Yep. Now, the person in question isn't someone who comes around here, but it still doesn't change the fact that that's kind of just a horrid thing to do. For someone to promise money to charity only for them to pocket it themselves. Which is quite an abhorrent thing to do. Will people ever find out about it? Probably not. I don't even know if that person streams anymore. I unfollowed him like a couple of years ago, I think. That's one thing I used to do a little bit as well, is there'd be people who'd follow me who I didn't really like, and I'd stay followed to them because it's like, well, they still follow me. At this point, I just don't care anymore. I'm just like, fuck it, I'll just go on a mass unfollow spree. Nuke half my list and get rid of all the people that I'm not that keen on. And I'm like, if they unfollow me, who cares? Big note. Yeah, that was a bad one. That was probably the worst thing I've ever heard or seen. Was that of someone effectively stealing money from charity. That was kind of wild. But see, again, the thing is, you want to be one of those people who brings this stuff up and goes, yeah, this is something that someone's done, because you don't want people giving them money towards their charity stream that you know they're going to just steal for themselves. But at the same time, like, it's not my job to police the internet. And as I've seen too many times now, and I can think of a glaring example that comes to mind. Generally, when people end up throwing something out there about something shitty that someone's done, loads of people who have no idea what they're talking about, have no idea about the incident in question or anything to do with it, love to spew their opinion and villainize people. Because I think they have nothing better to do in their lives, quite frankly. I can think of a couple of incidents where people have been called out for doing shady shit, and the person who ends up calling it out ends up getting dogpiled by a ton of people for no reason. Who, many of those people, can I point out, eventually find out the truth, reverse their opinion on what they thought happened. Are they anywhere near to say, you know what, my bad, maybe I came to the wrong conclusion and I went in on you a bit hard? Nope, none of them ever do. They all just act like they had that opinion from the start and they were never wrong. Crazy, isn't it? Insane. Yeah, I'll throw one out there, that exact example. Anyone remember Baroque? Anyone remember her getting called out by Oreo on Twitter for being a shitty person? Anyone remember all of the people who suddenly thought that Oreo was the worst person on the planet? Anyone know of or remember any single person who went back on that after saying that she was a shitty person, after proving that Baroque was a terrible person? Nope. Not a single person went back on that. They all just acknowledged it amongst themselves and then continued to villainize someone who exposed the truth. People are great, aren't they? They just can't admit they're wrong. Some of those people, anyway, in that whole situation were a bunch of fucking snakes as well. Like the geezer who... There was one geezer who didn't like me because of my association with Oreo, and then proceeded to come crawling back a year later, because he'd fallen out with his friend who he knew that I didn't like. So I guess it was an enemy of my enemy kind of deal or something. I don't know. So he tried to come crawling back and become friends with me again, and was swiftly kicked to the shadow ban curb when I used a commander root block on him. So he was black screened permanently from the stream, but he could see the chat. So he could never see the stream ever again, but could see that there were people in there and that I was streaming. So he just couldn't talk to me because his chat messages would appear as like blocked user. So I'm not gonna be friends with you. Fuck off. Back to your corner, bruv. Why should I be friends with you? You know? So yeah. When it comes to Twitch, I've been around and seen and heard many, many things. Many of them bad. And you know what? After seeing that much stuff that's shitty, I just cannot be arsed with it anymore. So nowadays, I don't care anymore, quite frankly. And if someone comes to me and goes, Mr. Streamer Man, did you hear about what Shaggy Dog 83 said in someone else's stream? I go, nope, and I don't really give a shit either. Or I just ignore the message. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy to me how many people can't just act like adults on the internet and have to constantly be like the source of let's just make people fight all the time, you know? I mean, like, there's the other situation of someone as well who, when there was two people who didn't like each other, who came and spoke to me to ask about the incident that happened between the two people, and I said, go speak to them yourself, don't ask me. Of which they then went to the person and was like, oh yeah, Nox told me to come and ask you about the drama. And it's like, I mean, I sent you to them to go and find out the story yourself. I didn't send you there to dig up dirt, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that person had like 2 or 3 attempts where they tried to say or do things to make me look bad. And I think that they think that nobody knows, but it's pretty fucking obvious. I saw through that person a long time ago. And I don't think they have any idea. That third knockout now, by the way. Basically, we're going to finish this gym and then go off for the night, right? And that's going to be kind of an abrupt end, but... Thank you for chatting with me, though, Shags. I appreciate it, man. It's nice to get some stuff off my chest a little bit. I do appreciate it, man. Honestly, no, we couldn't stay down the Zen headbutt. There's no way. From Grumpig, he would have done too much damage. Here for it all, dude. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I know there's a lot of you guys who are here. When I say who are here, I can say that because you're probably here now on this stream, which has been a bit of a weird one. But there's like a lot of you guys in the community who are genuinely like good folks. And I'm glad that I've had you around in my community. I said this a while ago and I'll stand by it, that I think when you look at our community as a whole, we may not have the quantity of many people, but we have the fucking quality. Actually, we have far better quality than many people. We have a high quality community, even if we don't have a high quantity community. A lot of people are the other way around. They have many people, but they don't have a lot of quality individuals. And I'm glad that we are the way we are, and that we have good people here. And the bad people filter themselves out over time. And if they don't, then they kind of just get booted out eventually anyway. By force. They get forcibly removed. We send the Twitch Gestapo after them. Alright, we're gonna go for Bulldoze, although I don't know if it actually hits because I feel like Mothim is part flying. Alright, it's gonna go to sleep though anyway. Gives us a free switch into Credilli with a Stone Edge, which is quite effective, if you're wondering. You probably weren't, but if you were. Where do I put? Oh, there it is. Yeah. What's it turned itself into? Normal type, you son of a... Protecting yourself from Stone Edge, you little pain in the anus. Bruv. It's normal type now though, so Acid is actually a lot better against it, so we'll go for that. Thank you to everyone on the YouTube stream as well who has dropped a cheeky like and whatnot over there. I appreciate it. We had a really strong second half on the YouTube likes, so thank you for that, guys. No, the ads have started. Oh well. The final kill on Miss Magus here is gonna be a subs exclusive, I guess. I mean, the one I really want in this fight is a Paldon, but Suicune works as well because of Bite. Sub-exclusive content, everybody. Use your primes if you want to watch the end of this fight. Or just watch the VOD after it's done. Switching in on Astonish is huge. That's such a freebie. That's a gift, man. And we're going to get more HP back than we took. Look at that. Bite. Oh, do I think that heal is coming? Yes, but maybe not. Because Grumpig used rest, so I could see this thing healing off with a potion. So I'm gonna go Bite. No, it didn't. Okay, GG. Skylar goes down. We definitely have had a few wobbles today, but you know what? We stood strong. Hi, Oreo. How's it going? How are you? Welcome in. Right at the end. Snuck in. It's going. I feel that. At least we won the gym fight, guys. Hey. Eee. How are you all? I said it. Oh no, you all. There we go. That's better. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. It's been a super quiet day today, so it's not been too eventful. The game's gone fairly alright. And then I just got off the back of like a 30-minute rant about annoying people, people who are out of touch on Twitch, and shitty people. So yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I was name dropping folks today as well. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm making name dropping is new for you. I name dropped Onyx and Baroque today. The Baroque one was pretty simple though, because I was just explaining that shitty people can't understand or fathom that they're shitty people, and they refuse to believe it's the case. Hence why, and I used the example of when you called her out on Twitter and all those people went, fuck you for calling out this person, who then it turned out was actually the person they thought it was, that you called out. Not a single person came back and went, you know what, maybe I was wrong and I should say something. None of them. They all just went along in life like, wow, yeah, we had that opinion from the start. We knew they were bad. I was like, you see, a lot of these people that think that they're all really good, they're actually shitty people in disguise that don't know any better. And they refuse to believe that they're not shitty people, but they actually are. Because they cannot admit that they were wrong. She admitted to my call out. Yeah, and they literally saw that in front of them, but they still said, ah, you're the villain here. And then when they found out afterwards, because she fucked them over as well, that that was the case and that she was the person that you thought she was, not a single person then went back on it and was like, you know what, maybe we went a bit far on this, witch hunting this one person who didn't actually do anything wrong. Not a single person. Now, albeit you probably would have told them all to go fuck off, considering they did it in the first place, but still. It's like, not a single person said anything. Crazy that, isn't it? And then I was just talking about Onyx as well, and I said about how he just had a hissy fit because I didn't listen to his advice. That I didn't ask for, keep in mind. Would have, yeah, because fuck all those bitches. I mean, in those circumstances, I feel like if people end up doing what they did, then it's like, yeah, fuck them. Like, I don't really know how you can go back after that. Fuck that guy too. We stole Bruce from him. I don't know if Bruce still plays with him or not. I haven't seen Bruised for a while, actually, so I'll have to ask him at some point. I don't... Last time I spoke to Bruised about it in stream here a couple of months ago, I don't think he had played with him for a while. I think they were playing different stuff. But, yeah. I don't know. I have an interesting history when it comes to people in this stream, apparently. Will I brag if I steal someone from another because they're a shit person and I'm a better friend? True. Valid in many cases, to be fair. Oh, well, I'll tell you what the biggest win of the day is. Above all else, is the fact that my voice has held up quite well, and actually it doesn't feel like it's gotten any worse, which is good. Now, maybe tomorrow morning will be a different story. But it feels fine, which is good. I mean, it still has that same feeling. But it's not awful. So I'm vaguely hopeful that tomorrow I'm going to wake up and I'm not going to sound like a dying frog. We'll see, though. We shall see. That being said, though, let's wrap stuff up, shall we? So YouTube, folks, if you haven't already been over there, !YT, if you want to go over and drop a like on the YouTube stream, you can. Basically, everyone here in stream probably has already done it if you've been here, because, well, you've already been here. At least, hopefully, you've done it. But yeah, thanks for being here, YouTube folks. Appreciate you hanging out, vibing, lurking, listening to my rambling bollocks. And we'll be back on Tuesday with more Infinite Fusion in Gen 2, which should be fun. So yeah, until then, thanks for being here, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching on YouTube, much appreciated, and I will see you in a couple of days. All right, have a good one, YouTube folks. Take it easy. What a day, eh? What a day.